brought him home.
Hey, Ronald. That's so
Who's
cute.
the sandwich?
It's CPR.
Okay, and can he hear us yet?
Great.
I think
I'm here.
his mic is muted. Oh, we're live.
Oh, we're live.
All right. Hey.
We're live.
And no warning. Okay.
Hello.
Great. Well, now that we're actually live, I will tweet the link that we're live.
That's great.
Oh my god. Shit.
You're welcome. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Magic Sandwich Show.
Hi, welcome to the Magic Sandwich Show. Sorry we're late. We're having technical difficulties. So today I have my two bestest friends with me, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves because I'm too lazy to do it.
Stephanie, you want to go first?
Do I want to go first? Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm the Operations Director for the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science. I also have a really cool YouTube channel you should check out. That is called Think Skeptically. I will have the link in my below third bar, whatever thing is called, for some part of the show. The rest of it will be jokes and fun stuff. Back to you, Dave.
All right.
On vacation at American Atheists. How are you doing? How's the weather?
It's very rainy and stormy, actually. I'm Dave Moscato. I'm Public Relations Director for American Atheists, and I'm really happy to be part of this this fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to be here. Thanks.
Oh, you are so uptight.
So uptight.
I know.
Well, this is great. Well, we're gonna miss out on a half of our showtime, which kind of sucks. But we have to make this the best half hour ever. I think we can do it.
I think we can push it. I think we can push it back for another 30 minutes or so.
Oh, okay, awesome.
I'm sure that Dark Matter will be prepared to deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, well, he should just suck it up. But I think it's important to talk about what this is raising money for. It's for Doctors Without Borders. And if you guys don't know what that is, it's an independent humanitarian medical aid organization committed to providing medical aid where it's most needed regardless of race, religion, politics, or gender, and also to raising awareness of the plight of the people that we help. So that's a really good cause. Hopefully we can raise quite a bit of money. So just keep that in mind as you're watching the show and having the best time of your life to maybe donate if you can. So I tweeted out on my Twitter a few questions for people, and I just wanted to see what people wanted us to talk about. Most people asked me things about atheism. A lot of questions were kind of funny, so I'm just going to kind of go through them and have my friends and I answer these questions to the best of our ability and have fun. So the first one is, why do people believe in God? You guys have any ideas?
I'll take a stab at it. Okay, so people believe in gods for all sorts of different reasons today. I think it's informative to understand how belief in gods started. Humans have a natural curiosity about how things work and why things work, and pre-scientific days things were scary and we didn't really understand what was going on. And I think it makes perfect sense. Michael Shermer has this thing that he talks about in his book, Why We Believe. He talks about agenticity, this idea that we have this evolved incentive to falsely attribute or be paranoid about this idea that there's a living thing behind something that we can't explain, rather than assuming that it's non-living. Like, for example, say you're an ancient pre-human primate, and you see some, or I mean, this could even go back much further than that. This can go back to ocean animals billions of years ago. You see something rustling, and it could be just the water moving and causing seaweed to move. It could be nothing, or it could be a predator waiting for you to come around the corner so it can eat you. So if you assume that it's nothing and it's a predator, then you're dead. If you assume that it's nothing and it's nothing, then nothing happens. If you assume that it's not so it makes sense to just be paranoid about that. Now there is a trade-off. If you're always paranoid, you're going to spend all of your caloric energy hiding and not hunting, and so there is a balance where you have to be a little bit paranoid but not too paranoid, so that you can still go out and feed and breed and all the things that you need to do to survive. But we do have an evolutionary incentive to be on the edge of assuming that it's something alive. So it makes sense then when you have something like lightning that you can't explain. to be a little bit on the edge of assuming that it's something living that's causing this, and try to appease it if you can, because if you need rain or something for your crops, and you're dying without them, what are you going to do? Are you just going to sit there and say, well, we'll just wait a little bit longer? If you have a feeling and you're starving that there's something you can do to fix it, and you think that maybe doing a sacrifice is going to help, and then you start getting in these rituals that go like that, and so it's passed down from generation to generation. I think today people don't believe for those reasons. We have the scientific answers. That's not why people believe now. I think today, and Jack David Eller talks about this in his book, The Anthropology of Religion, that the other reason that people believe, and the reason that religion still exists despite the advent of science and better explanations for all these things that we never used to understand, is the group cohesion part and the group bonding part of it, and the meaning of life aspect of it that you get from having those answers to questions that we may never have scientific answers to, or at least satisfactory scientific answers to. But the group bonding part really is very important to humans. Humans are very social animals, and we feel better, and we operate better, and we live better lives when we're part of a group like that, when we have some kind of group identity. And that's why it's so important as atheists that we continue to have these sorts of group identities, join local atheist groups and become parts of organizations. It's not a good thing for us just to simply leave church and if we don't believe. There are alternatives that aren't full of religious bullshit, that are still important to being a happy and fulfilled person, I think.
That is the best answer in the world, and a very long one to a very short question that I think was probably a joke from someone. But no, it's good. I like that answer. But like you said, a lot of people don't do it for the same reasons anymore. They don't use the same like kill or be killed mentality. They're not waiting to see if there's something rustling in the bushes, because religion is a different concept than that. But I still do hear a lot of people use Pascal's wager like it's a fair argument. Yeah, like, well, what if, then you're going to be in hell and that's going to suck, so you might as well believe in God. So to a degree, that still kind of applies a little bit. Yeah,
definitely. Depends on your age, too. For teenagers, it's much more about group cohesion. I think as you get to be an adult and you want good morals for your children, it gets to be more about a social structure of providing family and rules. And then as you get to be older, I think it's more about avoiding hell. And there's some science to back that up as far as when you're sending messaging to people to get them to come to church, what types of messaging is most effective. For elderly people who the end of their life is something that they're more aware of, the hell message really works for them a lot more than it does on teenagers.
This is true. Any thoughts on that, Steph?
No.
No? Okay, well, I can go to the next one.
The only thing that keeps me from being like a really horrible person is the threat of eternal torment forever.
That explains why you're a horrible person most of the time.
That explains a lot.
Because you're atheist and have no morals. And
I don't have any. I don't even know what morals are. Like, what do you even mean by that? Because without the Bible, like, how do you even know? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. I mean, the Bible is full of amazing morals, like, infanticide.
No, like, all I'm saying is, like, okay, let me put it this way. Like, if you're a Christian, like, you can go to the Bible. If you're a Muslim, you can go to the Quran. And if you're a Jew, you can go to the Torah. But, like, atheists, like, what can they do? They can't go anywhere.
That sounds a lot like the last video I just made.
I know, and that's why I said it.
How about that?
Yeah, it was funny. You did.
Yeah, no. This guy was talking about morality, of course, and saying that atheists don't have morals, and how could they, because they don't have the Bible, which is a new argument that I had never heard before from a Christian.
I'm really surprised to hear that, Jaclyn. I hear that one all the time.
Seriously, like, that is so I'm so glad that we finally have an original argument.
Yeah, it was totally original.
Whatsoever, by the way. None.
No, I thought it was hilarious, too, because he's like, if two Christians disagree, they could just go to the Bible. And I'm thinking, like, oh, okay, so like all the Protestants and Catholics that maybe didn't agree on everything, they just consulted the Bible and everything was better, right?
And that's why Christians agree on everything, absolutely.
Because, I mean,
which is why there's so many different denominations, right?
Ireland wasn't a problem. Spanish Inquisition, totally not an issue. French Wars of Religion, just fine. That was cool. 30 Years War, I mean, that was just a reasoned disagreement between the French and the British.
So are you telling me that when two Christians disagree, they don't necessarily just go to the Bible? They maybe kill each other instead? I don't.
What do you think?
Well, anyway, so besides that being funny, he said when two Christians disagree, they can go to the Bible. When two Muslims disagree, they can go to the Quran. When two Jews disagree, they can go to the Torah. And I'm thinking, okay, do two people of the same faith only disagree? Like, they can't disagree with people of other faiths? Because then what do? You have two different books to go to. And also, it's kind of funny because if he's saying that, like, each one of these books holds the truth for that religion, and that that's okay for them to do, then he's saying that each one is essentially truth. But you can't have three different versions of that. So even in and of itself, if there were a God, that wouldn't make sense. So there were so many things wrong with that video. It was really funny, though.
The point, we did not evolve from soup. All right?
Yes, I've heard the soup argument.
Yeah, well, I mean, soup wasn't even invented until probably 100,000 years ago. I mean,
Hey, hold on. All right, you're just injecting your science. Like, it can go from chicken noodle to tomato to clam chowder to apes to humans. Like, that's not how it works.
Right, because one day a human fell out of a monkey's vagina.
Exactly.
That's how it happened, right?
yes, a monkey, specifically.
Not a chimp, a monkey.
And the monkey was like, what is this shit? Where is it?
Well, if we came from apes, then why are them still here?
Because we have zoos? Duh.
I want a bumper sticker that says Proud Ape.
Bitch, have you not seen it too?
Proud Ape. I want one of those. Proud Ape Ape. That's
I'm an
one.
atheist.
All right, next question.
Let's do it.
After we spent that whole time on why do people believe in God. Okay, next one is what are your thoughts on the ontological argument? I mean, this is kind of a broad question, but
thoughts? Well, first of all,
he's the greatest being ever, and therefore he exists.
No, here's the problem. That's not an argument. Like that makes the word argument seem like something like childish and stupid, and it's not. An argument is a well-formed set of ideas that lead to a conclusion. The ontological argument is, it's true because I want it to be true. You can't make it different. Go away.
For the fool hath said in his heart, there is no God.
The fool hath said in his heart, I can't argument because I'm an idiot.
I can't argument. I can has argument. But yeah, that's something that a lot of people actually ask about. They like different various types of arguments and stuff. The next one is, what do you think about the cosmological argument?
Okay, I insert cosmological argument and re-say everything I just said. Move on. Oh, also lack of understanding science.
Right. Everything that has a beginning has a cause, and therefore the universe has a beginning, and therefore that causes God. Done.
Durr.
Can't beat that logic. Have you guys had people come up to you in debates and different things, like trying to legitimately use these things to benefit them?
Oh,
it confuses me. Like it just blows my mind. Like when people say these things, that it doesn't like register that it's like totally illogical.
I did one time get a Christian to stop using Pascal's wager.
Oh. Even that, it's difficult.
No, it was actually really easy. Now this was just one person, but when they were talking to me, they used Pascal's wager, and I said, okay, I may disagree with you, but if you're going to try and convince anybody that your religion is true, you need to stop using that argument. And he said, well, why? And I said, okay, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian. Suppose a Muslim came up here and said, you should believe in Allah, and used Pascal's wager, like. What if you're wrong? And he goes, oh.
What if you're wrong? What if I'm wrong?
He goes, oh,
I understood that reference.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great. What a great Jew of the mountain.
I want to point out, Tom Jowers in the chat here just said, by the way, I donated $50 during the Skeptic Fence show. Happy to do my part. Just to remind everybody, not to be the serious one, but this is a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders, and we are trying to make a difference here. So we're going to have fun. We're going to answer your questions, but please don't forget, we want you to donate to Doctors Without Borders. That's what we're doing this for. That's why everybody's here for this whole 24-hour thing. So that's our 30-second ad for that for right now.
Yeah, that's good. And keep doing that. If either one of you want to bring that up randomly, that's a good idea, because we don't want to forget what it's all about. got to keep Christ in Christmas, you know? Don't forget the true meaning of why we're all here. Okay.
This is just commercialism to try and help people that are sick, like in other countries.
Yeah, we're so selfish. I know. It's like we just, right.
Come on. Like, wake up, people. Don't you know?
Up. Speaking of being selfish and horrible, terrible people, the next question, why is being atheist considered a bad thing?
It's not considered a bad thing. Not by me.
I
mean, you mean like by...
I think they probably mean by, like, most people.
Can I answer this one?
In America.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
No, Dave. This is all about me and Jaclyn. Why are you...
You can't... Yeah.
Well, atheists are literally demonized by religious people.
Wahaha, I get it.
Because, there's different reasons, of course, but it's, I think, really deep down because they're scared of finding out that they're wrong. They're scared of what is going to happen when these people start learning that the stuff that they're being told is false. Religious belief requires isolation from real information. It requires that sort of indoctrination to really believe it. I think it was H.L. Mencken who said this originally, that if you really thought that your religion was true and that was actually supported by evidence, you wouldn't make such a big deal of forcing your children to believe it and of forcing them to go to Sunday school and teaching them this stuff directly. You would just stress that evidence leads to the right answer and encourage them to explore the evidence on their own and trust that it would bring them to your religion. And the fact that religious people don't do that shows that they don't actually believe that their beliefs are supported by the evidence that's out there. I think that's really important because atheists, despite what a lot of religious people say about us, and I mean it's a lie, we don't do this, but atheists do not indoctrinate their children into atheism. We teach them how to think, not what to think. We teach them that evidence leads to the best explanations of what's out there, and we teach them to go look and learn and decide for themselves. And if you do that, you start to find out that all religions are man-made. And that's a very scary message for religious children. And that's why they do that. That's why they demonize us. They tell us not to interact with them. They say don't talk to them because they're worried about us revealing this to them. It's about hiding information. And we're not bad people. We are moral people. In fact, if you look at the statistics of it, on average, and this is just totally generalizing, but on average, atheists have fewer divorces per capita than religious people. We have fewer abortions. We have higher rates of education achieved. We have higher IQs and incomes. We have less teen pregnancy, every single measurement of social welfare that you can think of is just better for atheists. Than we have less violent crime per capita. I mean, just the whole works. And I think it's because we think more about these things instead of just trying to follow rules and blaming and taking responsibility for when we do something wrong. And I think if more people understood that, they wouldn't dislike us so much. They wouldn't be so afraid to vote for us and so on. It's not true. And I just encourage people to actually learn about what atheists really like, actually meet some atheists, and find this out for yourself if you think that atheists are bad people.
And that's a really good point because I feel like whenever I have these types of conversations with people and I give them those statistics on how, crime rates are lower and whatnot, all the things you just said, they honestly seem very genuinely surprised at that fact. Because I think it's because they really do think that you cannot have morality without religion. So how could you have a society that's working together better if you don't have God? So people are really surprised at that because they think atheism is just a way of escaping moral responsibilities when in fact it's not. And they think it's, have you heard it before? I'm sure you have, when people just say, oh, you're just an atheist because you want to go around and you want to sin and you don't want to have to face any consequences and you don't want to carry around that guilt. It's a total load of bullshit because it's not an easy decision. I remember whenever I was going through that process not very long ago, it was hard for me. It was like, it sucked. I had to face alienation from my family and friends, and it was something that I kind of wanted. I wanted to be religious, but I just I couldn't, honestly. I mean, now I don't feel that way anymore. because I've been away from it for long enough. But, you know, that initial thing that you go through it's hard, and it's definitely not something that you want to have to happen. I literally could not force myself to believe a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah,
That's what it came down to.
I think the point that you brought up about you know, not wanting to well, I think it is actually harder on a moral accountability point of view to be an atheist, because we can't ask for forgiveness from some magical entity and just get it.
Right,
If
you
you
have
hurt
to take
somebody, right?
responsibility.
If you hurt somebody, it is up to you to make that better, and that's more difficult because you can't always do that, and sometimes you have to live with the fact that you've hurt somebody, and you can't get forgiveness for it because they're not willing, or because you hurt them in such a way that that's not possible, or if it's not about a person, then, you know, whatever. The point is, it is more difficult morally to be an atheist because we aren't shoving off responsibility to somebody else, and I think religious people who put this on us and say that, like, you just don't want to be responsible. No, we are saying that we are responsible, unlike you, who doesn't want to be responsible, and that's really, I think, a core misunderstanding about how religious people view moral responsibility and moral accountability, and how atheists do.
Right, and it's extremely hypocritical, and I get really frustrated when people tell me this, that you're just trying to look for an out to being accountable, because, like you just said, you know, if you're religious, you can sin, you can do all these horrible things, but as long as you ask for forgiveness and you repent to Jesus, then, you know, your slate's wiped clean. But if you're an atheist, you don't have that. You have to live with yourself. You have to live with your actions. So don't try to tell me that I'm the one trying to get out of moral responsibility, because that seems like a pretty big part of Christianity.
Yeah.
I think not being religious actually it seems like it makes people more morally accountable.
Right, exactly.
Well, yeah, it's not. I mean, I'm not going to repeat everything you guys said, but being more morally accountable means being able to live with it being able to live with moral decisions yourself, being able to answer to yourself. That's the person you have to answer to, and whether people believe this or not, it's really hard to answer to. It's harder to answer to yourself than anyone else. Even though everyone's their own harshest critic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to live with something, like, that can really mess you up.
I think that's why a lot of people are religious, though, because they have these things in their past that they don't feel like, you know, they can live with. So if they can, like, mentally, you know, put that burden onto somebody else, it's helpful to them.
Yeah. Adam Savage actually, this was actually his Reason Rally speech, I think, said it really well. What you were talking about, Steph, the fact that there is somebody watching everything that an atheist does. It's not God, it's the atheist. I mean, I watch everything that I do, and if I want to sleep at night, I mean, I have sleep problems, but that's another issue. But if I want to feel comfortable in who I am and honest, and you know, when I'm dying someday, and if I want to look back on my life and feel like I've been a good person and I've done right by people, I have to know that I lived an ethical life, and that I have to have justifications for my moral decisions that I'm happy with, and that's something that's very important to me and very valuable to me personally. And a lot of atheists feel this way, and I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's because a lot of atheists, in their exploration of atheism, get into philosophy and ethics. They start learning about this stuff and all of the huge history of ethics as a subfield of philosophy, and they start understanding the real value of that. And it's not as simple and silly as God will forgive me, or, you know, if I say a bunch of Hail Marys, or if I just ask with a sincere heart. That's bullshit. If you hurt people, there are consequences, and you shouldn't hurt people because of that in the first place. And as you grow to understand that,
not because of God,
right?
Not because of being afraid to go to hell.
Right, because hurting people hurts people. And it's not circular to say that it is wrong because it causes unnecessary suffering, and it's your fault if you're the one doing it. And as an atheist, I can't live with that, and that's why I do it. That's why I'm moral, because I care. It's not a bad thing to do that, to say that, and to think that way. I also want to just point out in the chat, somebody just said, because we had mentioned Jowers earlier, he said, "Get on my level, Jowers. I gave $200. This is from Time Wolf.
Oh.
So yeah, again, this is a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders. If you're enjoying this, please remember, we want you to give Doctors Without Borders. It's a great cause, and that's why we're doing this.
If you don't donate, all the puppies and all the kittens in the world are going to suffer. Come on.
All the humans are suffering. I mean, you know, they're the.
No, humans don't matter. What's wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
We're atheists. We don't care about humans. We eat babies
about anything.
Sake. For Christ's sake, we eat babies. Do you not understand that? God. Jesus.
Okay, so since we're since we're on the topic of morality, Stephanie.
It's right in the Bible. What's up?
I'm gonna go to this next question because I think it's kind of relative to what we were talking about.
Is it the one I sent you?
Relative? No, not yet. I'll get to that one. Do you believe in relative or objective morality?
Ooh, can I start this one?
Please.
Go for it.
Yay. Okay. Morality is to me. Morality is mostly objective, but it's weird. Okay. There are things that you can be objective about, but it's going to be situational. Yeah, most of the time, murder is wrong unless you're being attacked, etc.
So then, relative.
No, because relativism is a different thing altogether, and that has to do with an entire culture, and that's. No.
Well, don't you think that as part of it? I mean, if you lived in a different culture, certain things that seem obvious to you now would be different.
That's no okay. So like there was a great video by Theremin Trees, which like, goes into this a little bit, and it might have been Qualia Soup. Either way, no, it was Qualia Soup. It was Qualia Soup, and he does this. He has this great video series about morality, and in part of it, he's saying that things that are morality has a lot to do with education. Because if you're educated about certain things, then it's within the scope of your awareness. Things that are outside the scope of your awareness, you can't be held morally accountable about. So the more educated you are about things in the world, the more likely you are to make more moral decisions.
I think that's fair to say. I think, is it okay if I jump in and...
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, okay.
You're not even in this hangout.
I think part of the reason that people get confused about this is because they kind of equivocate a couple different ideas. So when we're talking about objective morality versus subjective morality, we're talking about a relative morality, is another way to put it. Relative and subjective are not quite the same thing. So subjective means that it depends on the person making the call, and relative means that you're relating to different things and qualifying one is more moral than the other. So those are separate concepts. When you're talking about objective morality, you're talking about some kind of it exists out there in the universe separate from any person. So not that would be opposed to subjective, not opposed to relative. When you're talking about two actions, you can compare them and say this action is more relative than this other one. And you can say that subjectively and say, I think so. Or you can say that objectively, regardless of what any person has to say, this one is more moral than this one. And I think that relative aspect of it is objective. I don't think it depends on the person, because you can measure suffering. You can do this by looking at brain chemicals and other things. It is objectively less moral to kill a person than it is to kill a clam. I don't think that's anything that we need to argue about. That's just true in nature. We're talking about the definition of what moral action is, and so on. But I also want to point out there's more than one way to be moral about a given situation. When people are talking about, is this culture more moral than this other cultural approach? It's not either or like that. There's Sam Harris. I mean, this is the point of his book in the Moral Landscape. This is his thesis: is that there's more than one approach to what a moral society looks like, and because we can, with science, objectively measure suffering, there's a way to look at this and actually say people are being hurt, animals are being hurt, and so on, more in this series of events than in this other series of events, and then we can declare one is worse than the other. I think it's kind of a useless question to ask if morals are objective or relative, because whether a God exists or not, we can say that something is more or less moral of an action to take than something else. And if we can agree on this as a species, then we can make better decisions about public policy and better decisions about how to interact with other people in our lives, and better decisions about how we should act day to day, just as on ourselves when no one else is watching. And I don't agree with that idea that religion is what keeps the poor from murdering the rich. I think a proper understanding of ethics and a proper understanding of, I mean, that might be true in certain societies and certain times in history for specific people, but if people, like you were saying, Steph, if people are educated about ethics, there is an intrinsic property of morality that is important in getting along in society, just in a sense of people living together and being prosperous together and accomplishing things that calls upon us to be moral without any kind of supernatural anything involved. We are more successful as a species in accomplishing our goals of living long, healthy lives and producing art and philosophy and having economic prosperity and so on when we treat each other better, when we trade with each other instead of killing each other. And I think that's totally separate from religion. You don't need religion to do that. In fact, it can be distracting toward that because you have people arguing about things without taking evidence into account. So that's what I have to say about that.
That was a pretty long answer again. It's good though. But that tweet, actually, I didn't even get to read the whole thing. That was the first half of it. But the second part of the question was, as an atheist, why do you reject moral nihilism? So, I mean, you kind of talked about it, but
yeah, I mean, because morals exist in the world. When you have living things that are capable of experiencing suffering, then morality comes into play. It's
yeah,
not.
I get tons of comments on my videos and stuff, people saying there is no such thing as morality, which is just kind of asinine, if you ask me.
No, that's just false. I mean, that's demonstrably false. When you have multiple conscious entities interacting, morality evolutionarily develops, especially when you're looking at
this is true. And speaking of evolution,
yes, I like where this is going.
You're cutting out. Okay, speaking of evolution, someone tweeted, "Why do you think people still deny evolution as a scientific fact?"
Oh, this one's fun.
Can I give a really quick answer?
I mean, there's like so many different answers to this, but I think like one of the biggest reasons, and the reason why I say this is because I was actually having a conversation with one of my family members about this, and she was saying that evolution just can't be so because God put Adam and Eve as the first people in the Garden of Eden. And if what you say about evolution is true, then that kind of, gets rid of God putting people on Earth as people. And if we weren't put into the Garden of Eden, if that story is false, then there was no original sin. And if there was no original sin, then there might not be a need for a savior, and then Christianity just kind of crumbles from there. So there's a lot of different reasons why people deny evolution. I think, honestly, that's one reason, and I think another reason is they just can't comprehend the amount of time required to make small changes, and it's just something that goes over their heads. I mean, it's hard for some people to comprehend 1,000 years, much less more than that. So I don't know, it's hard for people to just like have it make sense in their own mind, and for some reason fairy tales and religion is able to make sense to them more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how the idea of two people having two sons and then all of a sudden creating everyone else, including people that aren't just magically happen to be there. If you've ever read the storybook, person who was talking to Jaclyn about this, you realize that not only did she only have two sons, which means guess who's,
incest.
We're having brother children. Fun stuff. Not only that, there's like just people existed outside of Eden apparently like for a while because what's his face meets someone from another village, and that's never mentioned ever how those other people get there. So yeah, if you want to believe the book, it's fine, but you talk about evolution having holes. At least ours are fossils.
This is true.
Yeah, the whole thing is pretty silly, but I think Jaclyn really just nailed it. It's just that most educated religious people, first of all, virtually everybody educated around the world, this is really a unique problem to the United States, doesn't deny evolution. I mean, it's the Catholic Church officially accepts evolution as a fact. This is not something that's anti-Christian necessarily. I agree with Jaclyn in what she was saying as far as if evolution is true, then Christianity cannot be true. But I mean, I think it really just boils down to people saying that if I believe evolution, what that is saying is that my religious book is wrong about something. And once you open that door, that's a scary door to a lot of people, because it means that you have to stop believing some of the things that you think are true and what else is not true in there.
Right. Well, I mean,
it's really
a lot of people like to break it in half, and they say, oh, there's like microevolution and macroevolution, and we believe in microevolution, but like on a larger scale from like, you know, they just
species to, I just got a call yesterday from somebody who wanted to talk about that. Just he looked us up on the internet and wanted to ask an atheist, and so he called me. But there's no such thing, just to clear this up if anybody's watching and has questions about it. There is no such thing as a difference between micro and macroevolution.
Thank you.
Those are made-up terms by creationists who do not understand what evolution is. I have never, I've been doing this a long time. I have never met a young Earth creationist who can define evolution the way a scientist defines evolution. They make up their own definition as a straw man, because if they understood what it was, they would say, well, obviously this is happening because there's proof of it. We see it happening. I don't deny that happens. It's just I mean,
that's a good point. I mean, like whenever I'm talking to these people, you know, they'll accept the example of the salamander in California. You know, they'll accept Darwin's finches. But whenever you talk
they'll accept viruses changing from year to year.
Right, you know? but whenever we talk about, you know, us having a common ancestor with apes, or that we are apes and we have common ancestors with other things, you know, they just no, they can't accept that. That's not evolution. That's a different kind of evolution that I don't accept. But the other evolution that we have evidence that I can't really deny for, I'll accept that half of it, but the rest is nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you get into the whole Ken Ham's idea of historical evidence, versus observable evidence. Bullshit. If you really want to bring that up, like just quickly, if you are demanding observable evidence in order to say that something is true, first of all, there's overwhelming observable evidence for evolution, macroevolution. Second of all, if that's your standard, the whole Bible doesn't work anymore. The whole Adam and Eve story, the whole Jesus, none of that is observable evidence because it's all in the past. So forget that argument. It's just hurting your case.
But God says it's true, so therefore it's true.
You know, the Bible says God exists, so I'm pretty convinced already.
Yikes.
How could you argue with that? Okay, let's see. Let me find another. Okay. Why do you hate God?
He's an asshole. Move on.
Are we talking? Okay, really quickly though. In all seriousness, the character of God is despicable.
I said that in my last video. I'm like, if God existed as the Bible described him, then he would be kind of an asshole. Like, you know, the babies that he murdered,
I think. I mean,
all the people that he drowned, and slavery that he condoned, and, you know, plagues.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who thinks that there's any good reason to kill the firstborn child of everybody in an entire city, or with Sodom and Gomorrah to kill everybody in an entire city by raining sulfur.
He needed to learn them a lesson.
Yeah, that you don't teach lessons to people by killing people. That is how genocidal dictators teach lessons.
So I've been doing it wrong?
No, Jaclyn.
Oops. My bad.
The character of God in the Bible, he's a fictional character, but he's terrible, he's evil, and if he were real, I would hate him the same way that if I were alive at the time, would have hated Hitler. Sure. I don't hate God. No atheist hates God because atheists don't believe in God.
I hate God as much as I hate villains in movies, like, you know?
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
But for me,
and they make the story interesting. I mean,
right? Yeah.
You know.
Why I need to see that movie? I still haven't seen God's Not Dead. I really need to see that movie. Why?
There's an excellent review.
Sweetheart.
Yes.
Listen, you can get the same effect if you just take a brick and smash it against your head 50 times.
No, in all seriousness, there's a wonderful review on the Death and Taxes Mag website, and I normally wouldn't plug something like this that I've never heard of before and haven't researched. But I don't know what this website is, but if you go to deathandtaxesmag.com or you just Google it, it's called Holy Crap, I Watched God's Not Dead So You Don't Have To. It is the funniest review I've ever read of anything. It's hilarious. You should check it out.
God's not dead. He's surely alive. He's living on the inside, roaring like a lion. Okay, I'm done.
All right, Jaclyn, we can watch all
Somebody needs to make a GIF of that.
I'm done. I'm pretty sure I've already done that in videos, but
Yeah,
I did a video on God's Not Dead, but I still haven't watched it. That was on the trailer.
Real quick, as we've been talking about, this is a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders, so make sure you go to donate.doctorswithoutborders.org and make a donation so we can help out those people that are suffering around the world.
Because we have no morals, we're trying to do the right thing here, so if you could just donate, that'd be great.
Thank you.
No morals. All right, let's see. Let's find another question. Okay, here. Do you have churchy friends who you don't even try to argue with, since you see they will probably not be able to handle it?
No, I don't hold back on anyone. Next person.
I don't have people that I don't talk to about it. Just as I have family members who we agree not to bring it up, but not explicitly like agree we're not going to talk about it. It doesn't come up.
Right.
If they ask me about it, then I talk about it, and if I ask them about it, then they talk about it. I would never, just as a point of personal policy, put something off the table for discussion with somebody. Atheism is something I care a lot about, not just because of the advocacy side of it, but because of the truth of it. And if somebody, as a condition of friendship with me, said, I don't want to discuss this, I would say then you care you care less about what's true than peace, and that's not. I don't work with that.
I've done that with family. I've put it off the table, and I hate doing that because I normally like having discussions and stuff, but there are certain people that I've just gone down this road with, and it just ends so terribly every single time. It ends in tears. It ends in periods of time without communication, and it's just ruins relationships and stuff. So there are certain people in my family, at least, that it's off the table. If they try to talk to me about it, like I've tried before. It's not like I haven't attempted conversations with them, but it's just now if they try or they bring it up, I'm just like, nope, we're not talking about this because I know how it's going to end, and I'm not dealing with it anymore. They know where I stand. They watch my videos, so it's not like they have confusion as to what my positions are on things. So it's just kind of like one of those things where they know what I'm going to say, I know what they're going to say, and I know how it's going to end, so I'm not talking about it.
Jaclyn, I know you're a Christian, so...
Well, deep down, everybody's a Christian. I mean, Paul says that,
Not me, I'm a Muslim.
Testifies to the truth of God, and we are without excuse, right?
Right. Everyone deep down actually believes. I hear that a lot. Not only from people that I know that I'm related to, but just like online and stuff, and people in comments, they say, well, deep down, I think that you really are a Christian, and, you'll realize it one day.
Well, Jaclyn, see, I know what you do is you believe in God when you need to make moral decisions, and then you quit believing. I keep referencing that video because it is so fucking funny.
That sounds a lot like my last video there, Steph.
Look, I just watched it, and it has to be one of the dumbest videos you ever responded to.
I know, and I think it's so funny. I think it's hilarious. A lot of people comment, and they say things like low-hanging fruit or whatever, but I think people like that, I think it's important to bring a sense of comedy to this because it's always so serious and always, angry face, and the conversation gets dry. I think it's funny. Sometimes it's good to sit back and laugh at the ridiculousness that's out there in the world, and I like to bring it up. So
as far as terrible arguments go, and I'm being completely serious, as far as terrible arguments go, some of that stuff was fairly original in how it was phrased. I've never heard something quite that
really.
Yeah, seriously, I've never heard it phrased quite like
that. What was he trying to say? He was trying to say that, as an atheist, anytime you ever make a choice on something, You have to decide whether or not this action is right or wrong. You have to like hop back into being a theist for a little while and then ask God about it. And once he gives you the answer, and then once he gives you the answer, you can go back to being an atheist. So he's like, why do atheists do this? Because anytime they make a choice, they have to be religious for a little bit, and then they decide, and then they go back to being. It's like, yeah. And then I think I made the joke where I was like, yep, I'm just going to be driving down the street, and there's going to be a pedestrian walking down, and I'm going to be like, should I run them over, or should I wait for them to pass? I don't know. Dear God, what should I do in this situation? Oh, I shouldn't run them over. Okay, well, back to being an atheist. Ta-da!
Ta-da.
Like, that's exactly how he thinks.
I just want to jump in for 1 second here. Somebody on the chat said, sorry, I just started watching, but what is MSF DWB? So this is a fundraiser for Doctors Without Borders. That's why we're doing this whole 24-hour marathon telethon fundraiser. So Doctors Without Borders is a wonderful worldwide organization that sends trained medical personnel to places that don't have people who are capable of doing procedures that need to be done there, everything from routine exams all the way up to surgeries. And it's a nonprofit, and it's a great cause, and they do this without regard for religion or nationality, obviously, but all sorts of other things, and it's something that we greatly support. We want you to support it with your money. Please give money to them. You can go to, I think it's donate.doctorswithoutborders.org. Is that right, Steph?
I just put it in my lower third. It's right
Okay,
there
it is. Yeah, donate.doctorswithoutborders.org. Please donate money to them. It's a worthy cause. They need it, and we're hoping to raise a lot of money during this whole thing.
To answer one part of the question, they were asking what the what the other initials are. The other initials
MSF.
are the French. Is the French translation of it, because it's I'm pretty sure they're probably they think like they have a branch in France that's a pretty major.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of countries in Africa that have France as their most well-known Western language. So that's like the other headquarters of Doctors Without Borders.
So just so the person wasn't confused that we weren't raising money for two different organizations.
Right. Yeah, it's the same word. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm getting some interesting questions. I'm getting some interesting questions on homosexuality. I got two right in a row that are pretty interesting, so I'm just going to read them and we can react. The first person said, why would theists look at homosexuality as a sin? Homosexuality is in nearly every species. It's completely natural. I agree with what they said. It's in every species and natural, so I don't know why theists.
Lead is natural, so is poison ivy. Let's not use the natural argument. Natural argument is horrible. I don't stop with the natural argument. I know your heart's in the right place, whoever asked this, but that's a horrible... Your heart being in the right place does not make using bad arguments a good thing. Homosexuality doesn't need to be natural for it to be okay. It doesn't hurt anyone if it's too...
Well, honestly, I hate this whole natural argument, because technically everything is natural. What is not natural? If it occurs in nature anywhere, it's natural. So stop using that.
But yeah, no, look, the reason homosexuality is viewed as bad by a religion is because if your entire religion is based on indoctrinating children, and before in vitro fertilization, like around the time these books were written, the only way they knew how to procreate was straight sex, and if it wasn't straight sex, then you weren't having kids. If you weren't having kids, you weren't perpetuating the religion. If you weren't perpetuating the religion, your kids weren't being saved and or whatever by God. That is primarily the reason it's prohibited in the Bible, I think, pretty sure, or at least a major motivating factor, and that underlies why most people believe in it now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just religion generally. It's specifically this Judeo-Christian background of Muslims, Jews, Mormons, Christians, and so on. Judaism actually is a lot better about it than some of the others. Mormons obviously have huge problems with gay marriage and stuff, and evangelicals and so on. But anyway, the point is, whether it's natural or not, whether you're born that way or whether it's a choice, which is a better way of putting it, because that's really what we're talking about, is completely irrelevant to how moral it is and how okay it is as a way to be and a way to live and as a practice and whatever you want to say. The Bible actually doesn't say anything at all about this. whether it's natural or not. It doesn't care. It just says that having gay sex is an abomination. It doesn't address where that idea came from.
And so is cutting your hair, and so is wearing two cloths that are the same.
Right. If you're gonna, I mean, it's silly. This whole thing is silly. It doesn't matter what the Bible says, because the Bible's wrong on a million different things, and it's also not legally binding, and it's also not morally binding. And it doesn't matter what any religion says, because religions are wrong. There's nothing wrong with being gay, and whether it's a choice or not, I'm not even going to dignify that. It doesn't matter, because there's nothing wrong with it. There's an interesting new book coming out, and I'm going to put a plug in for this. It's called Strange Flesh by Steve Wells. Steve Wells is the guy who wrote the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. And actually, just as disclosure, I wrote the afterword for this book. It's not out yet, but it is available on Amazon today, actually, I think, as an ebook. But anyway, Strange Flesh is the name of the book, and what this does is it goes through all the verses in the Bible that talk about homosexuality and explains basically where this is all coming from, and where all this hate is coming from, and why all this stuff is bullshit. So if you're interested in that topic, I would check that out. It talks a lot about how religion played into this idea, but I do want to point out, this is just Judeo-Christian religion that has this idea. There are many pagan religions that have no problem in even celebrating, have rituals associated with homosexuality. This is one idea within one religion, and it's not special because it's Christianity or Judeo-Christianity. It has this idea.
Yes. Speaking really quick of speaking of different cultures and whatnot, the next person who asked a question about this kind of brought up something similar. They said, do you think, or do you believe that there is a gay gene, that homosexuality is a choice, or that it's influenced by environmental factors in the culture? So that's an interesting question.
There's no...
I absolutely don't think it's a choice. I mean, I don't know anybody who is straight who, accidentally had sex with somebody of the same sex. Like, that doesn't happen. I don't know anybody who's gay who accidentally has sex with somebody that's straight. I don't know, unless people are bisexual, but that's a totally different thing. But to say that it's a choice is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I'm not attracted to women, and nothing could make me attracted to women. That's not a choice. That's just me. That's who I am. But what people have a hard time understanding is that there's like a range. There's a spectrum. And people want to make it black and white. They want to say, oh, you're either straight, or you're gay, or you're a man, or you're a woman, but they don't understand that there's this spectrum out there, and that you can't just pinpoint something. Like, not everything is black and white. People just can't comprehend that.
What we know about sexuality, there may not be a gene for it, but we do know that sexuality is it's determined, and it's determined within certain formative years of your life. That's where I'll leave that. Let's move on. Next question.
Next question. I mean, I have a lot on these, but I'll just skip over them because we kind of already covered them.
Yeah. Brand new. New topic.
How should I deal with people misunderstanding my atheism, or saying that I will return to religion eventually?
Oh, I'm going to leave this one, Dave. You'll have to answer.
I mean, I get this all the time. Yeah. You're just going through a phase. One day you'll snap out of it and be righteous.
It's not a phase. It's that simple. Once you understand the logical arguments and the lack of evidence, the only thing that's going to change your mind is a change in the evidence that's available to you. I mean, it's just that simple. And I think if people don't want to accept that, that says more about them than it does about you. And I wouldn't worry about it. I would just say, well, you are wrong, rather, and you'll find out in 20 years or 50 years when I'm still an atheist, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so I have someone here who wants me to keep their identity a secret, but I haven't been telling anybody who's commenting. But they say that they're 14 and an atheist and are unsure as to whether or not they should come out to their family, who may or may not be accepting.
All right.
Sorry, before we change the subject, I got an IM from somebody who I'm not going to say who it is. This pisses me off a lot. A second ago, when Jaclyn said that she was not homosexual and that nothing could make her like women, somebody IM'd me to say that he's really disappointed to hear you say that. Guys, that's That's not cool. That's bullshit. Okay, just not cool. Sorry.
Perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I get stuff like that all the time, so I don't take offense. But like, it's just like something that a lot of people will say. Like, it's that's just people. People are inappropriate, and I mean, the comments that I get on my videos are ridiculous. So, moving on. Let's not feed the trolls. Let's help this 14-year-old kid out who is unsure of what to do.
So, listen, hun, whoever you happen to be, the hard thing is, you may not be able to come out until you're financially able. If you're dependent on your family, it's going to suck for a while. I realize that, but you're going to have to, you're going to have to hold it in, for lack of a better term, until you can support yourself. If you are...
You absolutely do not want to end up on the streets or something like that, you know? I mean, you can feel it out. Everybody's situation is different, though. And, you know, you don't want to put your family into this box of unaccepting people, because you never know, they might be totally fine with it. So what I would do is I would feel it out. I would try to have like conversations that are related to religion without, you know, explicitly saying, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God. Like, you can be like, I'm questioning things, I'm unsure of how I feel. You know, what about this in the Bible? What about that? Like, you can ask questions and maybe try to generate a discussion without, you know, coming on too strong immediately and saying, hey, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in this, it's all bullshit, you guys are idiots. Like, you know, there's a way to go about it, and if you feel like you can, you know, have this conversation with them and they're open to it, maybe you can take it to the next level and see how they'll react. But if they're totally like super conservative, super religious, and they're getting mad at you, and you feel like your future may be in jeopardy because of it, then I would listen to what Stephanie was saying and hold it in until you're able to, you know, be financially independent.
I can't stress this enough for you. You cannot put your life in jeopardy over this. Like, it's honestly, like, as much as we're all very active and very open atheists, it is not worth it. Okay, it's just not. I know it might be like a big part of who you are and etc. and all those things, but this isn't worth putting things in like your life in jeopardy over. I just can't stress that enough.
I mean, even if you're about ready to head to college, I've heard of people having their funds pulled because of this type of thing. So to be very careful, it's not worth it.
And listen, I'm here, Jaclyn's here, Dave's here, the Richard Dawkins Foundation is here, American Atheist is here for you. Like, reach out to us. Our contact, like, you can reach us on Twitter. My contact info is on the Richard Dawkins website. Like, if you need to reach out to people, please do. Like, we're here for you. There's also Recovery from Religion. They can help you out. Like, seek out resources if you can, in secret if you have to. We'll keep your information anonymous, and, you know, just reach out to us. We've got resources for you.
Yeah, I also want to point out some other good resources are the Secular Student Alliance, which is specifically designed to help students who are atheists, and they have a lot of experience with students who have religious families. Another good online resource that helps you stay anonymous and learn more about atheism and explore more questions about atheism is Reddit. The subreddit for atheism is just reddit.com/r/atheism. There's a bunch of good reading and a bunch of people on there that are in your same situation. But yeah, I agree with what Steph and Jaclyn were saying. This is important in being intellectually honest and in being authentic as far as who you are, but you have your whole life to do that, and I know it seems important now, and it is, but it can wait. There's no reason to jeopardize the safety and having a shelter and so on now for that sake. You can wait until you're done with college. I do want to point out, I like what Jaclyn was saying about John Corvino talks about this idea of dropping bobby pins to see how people react. He's talking about approaching the subject of being gay, but it's the same idea. You can bring up things like evolution and so on just to kind of feel them out. You might be surprised. I get a lot of letters and emails and phone calls from people who say, you know, I was afraid to come out because my family's super religious, and I finally did. You know, when I was 30, and my dad told me, oh, I didn't want to say anything because your mother's really religious, but I've been an atheist since I was 10. And it's like, why didn't you tell me that when I was 10? You know, but you might be surprised. So feel them out, but don't feel like you have to make some big showy announcement and possibly ruin things or some you know, some kind of coming out talk to them You can feel them out, and if it doesn't look like it's going well, wait.
Yeah.
Totally agree on that. I mean, it's definitely a hard situation, and that's something that I get a lot of questions on because it's something that I went through. Is people want to know, how do I come out, or when should I come out, or should I not? I always try to lean towards saying yes, but if you're young and you're in a vulnerable situation, it might be best to wait for a little bit. But I think that we are approaching the end of this. So before we go, I want to, again, make sure to tell everyone to check out Doctors Without Borders and donate. That's what this whole thing is all about. We're trying to raise money and help people out there who do not have access to medical care. We have these doctors that are going out of their way to help them, and it's a really great cause. And atheists or not, morals or not, make sure to go and click the link and donate. So hopefully this does well and they raise a lot of money and stuff.
Remember this, donate.doctorswithoutborders.org.
Okay, I think I think we're still live. It's supposed to end, but while we're still here, hey, how are you guys doing? Make sure to check out, I wanted to plug you guys. You guys have, you have channels and stuff. Stephanie, you have a channel?
Yeah, my channel, I'm going to put it in my lower third. It's Think Skeptically. Yeah. I haven't done videos in a couple weeks, but I'm going to be starting again this weekend, or probably next weekend. I cover a lot of skeptic topics and go after woo and pseudoscience and all sorts of magical things.
Yep. And Dave, do you have anything to plug?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter and Facebook. You can follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/Dave Moscato. I'm also on Twitter. I tweet a lot at Dave Moscato. And again, I'm the Public Relations Director for American Atheists. We just launched Atheist TV. If you haven't checked that out, I highly encourage you to do that. Atheists.tv is the website for that. 24 hours a day of atheist-friendly television. And it's also available on Roku, the world's only TV station, TV channel dedicated to atheist content. So yeah, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Facebook, and thank you very much for having me as part of this Magic Sandwich Show, DPR Jones, Jaclyn, and Steph.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to be part of raising money for Doctors Without Borders. My parents are doctors, and this is a cause that I care a lot about. So I'm really happy that we're doing this.
So one last plug. This kind of relates to the last question we just answered. Richard Dawkins Foundation, along with Secular Student Alliance and Secular Coalition for America and the Stifle Foundation, along with other partners such as American Atheists, are going to be launching our Openly Secular campaign to help eliminate discrimination for atheists. If you want to find out more about that, you can go to openlysecular.org. My box down there. You can learn more about it. We should be launching it fairly soon. We just got these really cool, you probably won't be able to see it, we got these really cool wristbands and say, I am openly secular. Probably can't see it now, but we just got these, and we have some other cool stuff coming out. So hopefully you can check that out and support it.
Awesome. Yay, and you guys know me, so go to my channel and subscribe. That's it.
Well, can I thank you all very much for participating and giving support to this wonderful cause and wonderful charity. And if you would like to send the links to me to the sites that you mentioned in the last few moments, I will include them at some stage in the description of the video. But thank you all. It's been a very interesting conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
And if I can invite you to leave, I hate kicking people. You can leave of your own.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Thank you all very much indeed. The schedule is obviously shifted back about 30 minutes, but don't worry, we're not going to lose anyone's time. And hopefully, I'm waiting for Dark Matter to join us because he is next in line. Dark Matter, where are you? I've got this right, haven't I? It is Dark Matter next. Where's my schedule? Dark Matter, where are you? Oh, lordy, I've got a Skype message. Just let me know when to come in. Yes, now's a good time, Dark Matter. That would be great. Are you? Oh, maybe you're not actually watching. Let me just say now. There we go. So in the few moments it might take Dark Matter to join us, you can take those moments to make a donation. Links are in the description to the video. And please do take these few moments. I'm not going to say anything. Take a moment. That's all it takes. You won't lose anything if you click on the link. It'll open in a separate window. You're not going to miss anything. You're not going to miss the wonderful Dark Matter or anything. Take a few moments to do that. And look forward to the fact that we're going to be talking after Dark Matter. I think we've got Professor Moriarty, and we're going to be talking about the science of Doctor Who, and perhaps a few more issues about Doctor Who. Doctor Who is something that apparently raises passion amongst people, and who is their favourite Doctor Who and whatever. I'm not going to say anything more about it than that at the moment. Someone is kindly, I think, posting links into the, yes, thank you very much, into the chat box, which again you can get. Just go, oh, hang on, I've got another message. I have a horrible feeling. Yeah, a Dark Matter. And it's installing something. Yes. Yeah. That's all good. The Dark Matter is on its way. I have no idea what he's going to be doing during his hour, but I have a sneaky feeling it's going to be something very entertaining. No, Doc, you're doing this deliberately, aren't you? You're trying to make mock of me. Come on, do you want me to go into a monologue or fill in? How long have I got to fill in? Oh, I've got another message. Hang on a second. Oh, he's encountered an error. Oh, lordy. Well, at least this one, I think, is not my fault. Oh, no, hang on. Something's happened. No, it's grappling hadrons. Ah, not Dark Matter. Hi, Grappling. How you doing?
I'm fine. What's up, man?
Well, we're just waiting for Dark Matter. Apparently, he's got an issue joining the show.
Yeah, he told me he had an error message. But this is very American pro wrestling of us when it's like, yeah, Dark Matter's about to come on, and then it's like, boom, no, here's somebody else you didn't expect. The show has changed entirely. Now what are you gonna do, brother?
Oh, well, I think you're a great substitute.
Well, he and I will be on together during this segment anyway, so I thought instead of you staring there blankly at the camera with the risk of falling asleep while someone important was about to come on again, that I would at least show up.
You know what, Grappling? I'm simply not going to talk about it. I've done it twice now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll talk about it with my friend AC Grayling, who I still have on Skype from the last time. Except,
you know what was worse. I don't know whether I've told you this story, but in fact it was this very telephone. I went into I was giving my friend a lift into town, which is about 20 minutes in and out, and I came back. I had it in my pocket, and it's just extraordinary because you've got to turn it on by pressing that button. You've then got to swipe it. You've then got to click whatever. And it was in my pocket all this time. I got back, I put it out, and I looked at it, and I just left AC Grayling a 30-minute answer message. How does that happen when it's in your pocket? I
He must love you.
oh, I don't think he'll ever speak to me again. I actually saw him in Austin. He was doing a speech at the American Atheist Convention there, and I didn't dare approach him. I was
He just like looked away and avoided eye contact.
I saw him walk around. I thought I should. No, I'm good.
No, I did approach him, and I felt bad about it because he had gone for a walk. He'd left the hotel, and he was out walking, and we were in a place where we couldn't get out of the parking because of the traffic. So I got a big truck. I cut over the grass. So I'm driving over grass, looking for the next road. And he happens to be in front of me. So I'm barreling right to him, and I yell out the window, do you need a ride? And he's like jumping out of the way. No.
No, you know that DPR guy, don't you? No, I'll pass. It would have been too good to be true if you would have slept through AC Grayling and Lawrence Krauss tonight. It would have been lightning just doesn't strike twice. But with AC Grayling, you had more of an excuse. Wasn't that like 18 hours into the show or something, not like 8 hours into your own event?
I don't want to talk about it. No, I don't. I had certain commitments that meant that I didn't get much sleep last night, and I'm deeply embarrassed about it, and that's why I don't want to talk about it.
It's understandable. It's not like this is a commitment.
I'm more irritated because obviously something went wrong with my computer.
Clearly.
Anyway, I'll tell you what we'll do. And in fact, it was on Aaron's advice. He said, just do a restore, and we had the Skeptic Fence show running, and it was going to run for another 45 minutes or so, and I thought, yeah, loads of time, we'll sort this out. So I did a system restore, and it completely, I'm sorry, it completely messed things up.
Well, no, in all fairness, he did tell me that he had recently installed something and that it never worked after that, and he couldn't figure out how to uninstall it, and that seemed to be the only thing left to do, and we had better than a half hour before he needed to be on. Why not go ahead? What else are we going to do for the next half hour?
Yeah, so, I restored it, and having restored it, I couldn't open Google Chrome at all. It just simply would not open.
Oh, man.
And I don't know what, because someone else helped me set up the Magic Sandwich Show page on Google Chrome and whatever. I didn't know how else to access it. I don't know what page it is. It's just sort of like stored as a standard on the computer.
Yeah.
So when it didn't open, there was nothing else that I could do than do an unsystem restore.
Oh, man.
So I still don't know whether I've got control over this Hangout. All I know is it's going out live, and I'm not going to touch anything.
You don't have control over anything. But fortunately, it was happening right when the show that normally does its own independent hosting of an event was about to come on, so that worked out. That
was quite unfortunate.
Yeah, the only hiccup we really had was, is it Tanya or Tanja, the person who was scheduled to go on at 2 a.m. your time?
Yeah, that would be pronounced Tanya.
Tanya. Fuck, I should have just left it that way. Tanya, was that person, did they completely miss out, or would that be someone who wanted to come on during one of these times?
They had booked themselves in, so to speak, into the event, but for reasons I'm not going to discuss, they're not available. They were not available.
So that person wasn't available to come in anyway?
No.
Well, that all worked out.
So yeah, in a way, it all kind of worked out.
I mean, think how lucky could you be that the only time slot that got cut out was someone who couldn't show up anyway, and the people who were scheduled were ones who run their own show on a regular basis.
So yeah, in a way, it's not as bad as it seems. But hang on, I'm getting another message, and I suspect this is.
Is this Dark Matter saying, "Oh, I know how to turn on a computer now"?
No. I tell you what, I've been so looking forward to his hour. But it's really great that he's having problems, because it makes him look not as shitty as everyone else. So someone as brilliant and bright and intelligent as Dark Matter can't get in, which is great. But also we've got a few hours to fill in. If you look at the schedule, there's about 2-3 hours of a gap. But the one thing that is worrying me is that I do have Professor Phil Moriarty. He is Professor Moriarty. It's not the one from Sherlock. I do have him lined up and ready and waiting, and I don't want to miss out on Dark Matter either, and I don't want to cut him short. But because he's in the same time zone as myself, he's up at a ridiculous hour, like 5 o'clock in the morning. I've already arranged for him to be put back 30 minutes.
Well, is he around right now? Is he around right this moment?
Sorry?
Is the professor around, and is he on right this moment?
I think he may be, and I'm tempted to take him out of turn, so to speak. But I'm just waiting to hear back from Dark Matter. Well, you're obviously in contact with him as well.
Yeah, I would say if he's available to come in, and Dark Matter's having technical difficulties, I don't think he'd be too terribly upset about coming on later. He sleeps on like some other planet-like sleep schedule where he sleeps like 4 hours a day or something anyway. So I know that. In the interest,
I'm not sure Professor Moriarty sleeps at all. He said I'll be up at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's time slot, and he messaged me. In fact, I can tell you exactly when he messaged me. Hang on. Oh yeah, an hour ago. So I'm not sure Professor Moriarty sleeps at all. In fact, I think he must be watching because he's messaging me now. Oh no,
somebody far more handsome showed up.
Dark Matter now. Yes, he's here. Should we get everyone in together, or should we? I don't know.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, this is Dark Matter's time slot, and he has an ego that's probably big enough for all 5 of us. But is your mic working, Dark Matter? Am I the only one who doesn't hear?
It might be working, but we're not hearing you, Dark Matter. Still not hearing. Okay. I honestly, Dark Matter, take another 10 minutes fumbling around trying to make it. You're making me feel so much better.
What I'd like you to do, Dark Matter, is to do your entire segment through interpretive dance. Because we can see you, and that's going to be a lot more entertaining. It's going to bring in a lot more donations for Médecins Sans Frontières than you just running your mouth some more.
Okay, I think we got that message. You see, I don't want to sort of like ruin Dark Matter's hour, because I know that
he seems to be doing a fine job of it all of his own, DPR.
He's doing more mime. Can we do lip reading?
Ooh, mime matter. What's funny is, I don't know about you guys, but I can see the green like volume bar on his Google Hangouts thing, but I can't hear him.
Yeah. Dark Matter, let me see if I can help you. And that's advice that you probably shouldn't take. But if you put your mouse towards the top of the Google Hangout window, there should be a number of icons that appear, one of which will be, well, make sure you're not muted, which I don't think you are, but the other one will be settings, which is a little cog. And click on that, and you will see which microphone.
And COG is gear here in America.
Yeah, don't talk to him about that kind of stuff. He thinks that cog is made of aluminium.
Ooh.
Hey, Grappling, are you a fan of Doctor Who?
I can't say, and this is like nerd suicide for saying this. I bet Dark Matter's gonna nope. But no, I've never watched a single episode of Doctor Who.
Okay.
I know that, like, whenever I say this on the internet, people like get their pitchforks and torches out. But no, I haven't.
No, that's fine.
And I'm willing to infer that you probably aren't an avid fan yourself based on your implicit. Whoa, Dark Matter's here.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hey, could you just make sure that your mic is working with a more annoying sound next time, please?
How is this? Is it? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, that was the problem. The fact that, see, we had the Texas Tank here and Dark Matter trying to vie for microphone time at the seat. Now one of them is not going to be able to be audible. There's just too much masculinity in one place shorts it out.
Yeah. I have to find the chat again because I wanted to make sure to see what was going on in the chat.
Okay, whilst you're doing that, Phil, I know you're sort of like listening in. Are we all right to put you back another 30 minutes, or is that just trespassing too much on your generosity?
No, it's okay. I can do that.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
I was talking to our next guest that we've had to shuffle back a little bit.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Well,
right.
another request would be if Dark Matter just wanted to have him on with us, if that would be better for the professor.
I'm good with anybody joining. Me by myself is going to be all kinds of awkward. I can assure you.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. That's no fun flying solo on things.
Yeah, it's always more fun with people, especially cool people like Grappling Ignorance and aronra, and you know that's about it. But yeah. Sorry.
I thought Aaron was going to vouch that Dark Matter alone was awkward and boring.
That's how it sounded. That's how it was going to start.
I can vouch for that. This guy's a louse.
Yeah, I wasn't going to start a fight with him over it, but.
All right. Well, the professor has said up till 6 o'clock is fine with him. So.
I'm not going to be able to be here till 6 o'clock, DPR.
Oh, come on! It's different time zones.
Yeah, that's 6 hours away from us.
Come on, there's no such thing as other time zones. It's Eastern Standard Time. That's the world.
Yeah, the one true time zone.
Yeah.
What part of the world are you in? Because I don't know why. I thought you were in Japan.
Oh, that's that's non-stamp collector.
Okay.
I'm in Florida.
People have been missing them up since the start of his new YouTube career. But the way that you can tell the difference is non-stamp is the one with artistic talent, and Dark Matter is the one who attempts to animate things.
Yeah.
Okay, what I've done, I've sent an invitation to the professor. So we're going to have a professor of physics. We're going to have someone that knows a lot about paleontology and the likes. We're going to have someone that can't speak English because he doesn't put a U in favour. We've got Dark Matter, and it's going to be an interesting discourse for the next hour or so.
I think it's going to be interesting to have just a handful of Americans discussing a BBC show, the classic British show, if there ever was one, with Brit who's never watched it.
Wait, so how many, on this panel, how many of us have watched Doctor Who?
I'm going to go ahead and plead the Fifth Amendment on this because...
So it's one. It's 1 out of 5.
Wait,
I said
one? Okay, you guys don't collect the action figures?
It's worse than that. No, it's worse than
I've
that.
got David Tennant here.
It's worse than that.
He has more than one.
No, it's worse than that because when the professor does join us, which I hope he will do soon, he'll confess that he's not watched it either. There's only one person here that's watched Doctor Who.
Well, it's a good thing we got a Texan on here.
Interesting topic. He's a professor of physics. We thought, would make something up. No, to be fair, I think he's watched a few episodes. I'm not sure. We'll let him explain. But, oh, Lordy, we've obviously got more technical issues. Come on, Philip. Problem with Mike. Bear with me. That's
unacceptable.
Mike.
Oh. Yeah.
Are you guys looking at the chat, the MSF chat?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I looked in an expectation that a lot of people would be angry at us.
Really? Why?
For our lack of Doctor Who expertise or experience.
I just figured,
trouble if I'm the expert.
Yeah. I just figured, that would be a good place for them to ask questions or interact or something like that, since it seems to update in real time. So I've been paying attention to them. I wrote down some questions from them.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Well, this one wouldn't apply to.
Okay, now are you talking about the questions in the side panel?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a MSF chat here. The magicsandwichshow.com/MSF chat.
Okay, I'm just trying to catch up to see which questions are relating to the part that we're on now. Somebody posted a YouTube link as if I'm going to watch a YouTube video during this.
Well,
yeah, that's going to happen.
Posted a question or sent a question through Skype to me for you, Aaron. Ask Aaron, now that they've confirmed that the Bible is true with the discovery of the biblical creature Behemoth, also known as dreadnoughts, are you ready to accept creationism?
I don't know what they're talking about, but Behemoth is, so far as I know, an elephant. The Bible even talks about how the elephant has a nose that pierceth snares. Note that it does not say a horn that pierceth snares. It has a nose that does that. Some interpretations could make it out to be a rhinoceros too, but I'm going with the elephant because chief in the ways of God and all of this and the whole rest of the description. I gave a speech titled the Flintstones Archaeology, where I talk about the whole of Job's bestiary and what those animals really are. But that probably ruined whatever joke that they were looking for.
Well, it was Dragnet, so it was not going to be too funny.
Well, they came from Dragnet then.
Have you got some questions that you'd like to answer?
Well, I don't know how well I can answer these questions, but someone, Natardo, asked, how do you have free will if you are nothing more than matter? And my first reaction to that is, maybe we don't have free will. I don't know. But
more importantly, if whether we did or not, what do we have to be in order to have free will? Are they saying that you can't have something that has vast processing capabilities, that can evaluate data, that can estimate, with empathy, no less. I mean, you have some compassion that is built in through your mirror neurons and through other factors that are socially ingrained as being part of it. Your evolution as a social species. You have a natural tendency to have empathy for your family, friends, and fellows, right? To be supportive of society and to want to alienate or ostracize those people that deviate from this and that cause harm or disrupt the community, the tranquility, the peace, and the love and the compassion that's going on. Why would you have to have some other indeterminable aspect? Why can't you be this intelligent, analytical being to have free will?
I'm very grateful for those observations, Aaron, but it was in fact a question for Dark Matter and history.
My apologies. less. I mean, you
No,
have
no, no.
some built in through your mirror neurons
Hold on,
and through
listen.
other factors. You're socially ingrained.
I think, Phil, I think you've got the YouTube.
You have a
So,
natural tendency
you could
to
mute
have
that.
empathy for your friends and fellows, right?
It's the
It's supportive
professor
of
of
society.
physics we've got on. Mute. Mute YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing it.
This is for the best, because now Aaron can hear what it's like for us to have to listen to him answer a question.
I know. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay.
Right.
Before we go any further,
I guess you can hear me.
we can hear you, Phil, and thank you very much for joining us. I just want to go back before I come to you, Phil. I do apologize. I just want to go back because I did actually want to know what Dark Matter's views were about whether we had free will or not. Dark.
Well, I immediately thought of when someone asks how can we have free will if we're just matter. What I immediately think is, what is it about something besides matter that would give us free will? What is it about a spirit or a soul that would give us free will? You know, if you're postulating this thing, then I would think that you would have to substantiate that. So when we talk about matter, you know, maybe matter creates the illusion of what we define as free will. But I'm certainly not qualified to say for sure one way or the other. But I just think that postulating a spirit or a soul would be unnecessary.
Well, let's go to the professor and let me introduce you, Professor Phil Moriarty. I'm so tempted to miss out the Phil and just go for Professor Moriarty.
No, go for Phil.
But you are a proper professor, are you not?
I'm a professor. Whether you'd call me a proper professor, I don't know, but I'm certainly a professor. I've been in Nottingham as a professor of physics since 2005. I've been here since '94 in total. I started as a researcher 20 years ago in Nottingham. So, yeah, I've done quite a bit of physics.
And I'm going to show, by asking a simple question, just how qualified you are to... Yeah. No, it's a simple question. The more complicated ones coming up. What I want to know, Phil, is what is 34 minus 2/3?
34 minus 2/3. 34 minus 0.66.
No, 2/3.
2/3 of what?
Come on.
I was gonna. He answered it correctly.
Come on.
34 minus 2/3. 2/3 of what? If it's just 2/3, then it's 0.66. Then it's 33.33 recurring.
Okay.
Bam. Qualifications satisfied.
We're talking about fractions.
Someone.
It's for charity, Phil. Come on, give us the answer.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're just asking what 34 minus 2/3 is, it's 34 minus 0.66, which is 33.333 recurring. What is it then?
It's 33 1/3.
Oh, I missed that one. Sorry, I have been up since 3 a.m. I actually now, as you might have heard, concentrate quite a bit on pronouncing that TH. One of the first questionnaires I got from here when you give lectures, and I guess everywhere when lecturers give lectures, you get questionnaires now, and the students have to fill in the questionnaire responses. And they really picked up on the Irish accent, which I, coming from Ireland, really hadn't thought about before. So the 33 1/3 thing did come up quite a bit. Sorry that I wasn't just quite as quick off the mark as I should have been.
Don't feel bad.
I hadn't noticed.
I still give it to you as I give it to you as 0.333 recurring, but that's.
I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were avoiding answering, not because it was a. Anyway, let's not worry about that. Now we have you penciled in for discussion of the science of Doctor Who, but as you've probably been aware, none of us, apart from Aaron, is really familiar with Doctor Who, yourself included in a way.
So I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, but certainly watch it regularly. It's actually quite timely because the episode last night was all about Robin of Sherwood, so it was very Nottingham-centric, and there was some very good throwaway lines about so where he arrives back in you know, Sherwood Forest, and one of the things that immediately gets suspicions of is that the weather's just too nice, because everything's green, everything's sunny, and he says, "Have you ever been to Nottingham?" So yeah, good episode.
I mean, we just sort of put that together when we had the discussion. You know, what should we have as the topic? And for some reason, I can't remember exactly why it was that we came up with that. The only person I think that is a huge Doctor Who fan is Aaron here, and I in my defence, I would say that I was in the past a Doctor Who fan when Tom Baker was Doctor Who.
Yes. Well, Tom Baker was my Doctor Who, if you want to put it that way. Interestingly, I don't know if you remember something, DPR, which was called Blake 7. No.
I didn't like Blake 7. And this is another confession I have to make, and probably people will hate me for this. I hate pretty much all sci-fi sort of like programs like that, and also movies. The only sci-fi movie that or series of movies that I enjoy is Aliens, or Alien and the Alien series.
Oh no, Alien.
Oh, you talking about the second one, Alien 2, Aliens?
No. Well, for me, the first one is a classic, and then they go downhill after. Aliens is pretty good, but the great thing about the first Alien movie is just how much of it how often do you see the alien, apart from obviously the stomach exploding scene. It's more the psychological aspects of it that really connected with me, and that's what makes it a truly scary movie. From then on, it becomes more about, with the sort of sequel and the sequel and the sequel, it becomes more about just the special effects, and you lose that.
Okay, I've got a soapbox here for a moment. When they did the first Predator, okay. When they did the second Predator, I kind of liked that too. Predator 3, they shouldn't have made that at all. The third Alien and every other Alien they did after the second one, they should have done Alien versus Predator as the third movie, and they should have done it completely different than what they did. The first movie, Aliens, I wasn't impressed with. It was too much like several other films that I'd already seen. But Aliens it is in my top 10 favorite films of all time. I love that movie. I have such fun with that.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the Predator movies, I must admit. So, no, the reason I brought up Blake 7, is anybody else familiar with Blake 7? No. Oh, dear. So Terry Nation was the guy who came up with the Daleks. So the Daleks concept is due to Terry Nation, and a show that was on in the late 70s, early 80s was something called Blake 7, about sort of seven, led by I guess what's best called an anti-hero, a guy called Blake. You know, typical type of stuff in terms of, you know, spaceship flying through battling demons, battling villains left, right, and center. But the stories were really well constructed. Unfortunately, like everything else on BBC and science fiction at the time, they had to do it on the budget of, you know, 50p and a cheese sandwich. It was just awful in terms of the effects. Brilliant stories, but awful effects, cringeworthy effects. Much like, and here's where the Doctor Who fans may get a little bit irate, but there's an awful lot of Doctor Who like that, where you just have to sort of ignore the wobbly sets and the really iffy effects.
you said that Tom Baker was your Doctor Who, and I know a lot of other people that are that way. I started watching Doctor Who as a result of Tom Baker, but it was already into Davison by the time I started watching regularly. So I would actually have to say that Davison was my Doctor Who. So I really sided with David Tennant when they did that one Christmas special where Davison is in that scene, and Tennant says to Davison, "This is you were my Doctor Who." I also think it's a little bit weird that Tennant married Davison's daughter so that her father was
Indeed.
Doctor Who and now her husband is Doctor Who, and for a brief period of one episode she was Doctor Who too. Girl too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird paradox there.
So now Peter Capaldi, who's the new Doctor. So DPR, are you familiar with the thick of it?
No, DPR's gone off to have a fag, I guess.
No, I'm here and back. I've got something awful to say. I'm very, very interested in his assistant. In fact, I have her as at my screen, my screenshot, backdrop, whatever, on my computer. She's very interesting.
Which assistant?
Clara.
Clara, yeah.
Okay.
But
my daughter who.
Sorry, I watched the first one with Peter, whatever his name is,
Capaldi.
the new Doctor, and I got halfway through it and I was so bored I stopped watching.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was fairly slow moving, to be fair. The next one, the Dalek one, which is actually the reason I suggested if we can finally try and edge this conversation back a little bit to science and physics. The reason I suggested that one thing we could do, didn't have to be the whole hour, but one thing we could do would be to discuss sort of the physics of Doctor Who and broader sort of the physics of science fiction, is that the episode last week was where they took the Doctor, Clara, a couple of others, and shrunk them down so that they could get inside a Dalek. And to say it was on a homage to Fantastic Journey was perhaps not doing it justice. They basically ripped off Fantastic Journey. Has anybody seen Fantastic Journey?
I have, but it's only because I'm so much older than the rest of you. I'll accept DPR.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, it's funny. DPR and I apparently we share very little interest in film or television or any of that. I think that there's only one thing that he and I have both seen that we both like, and that was Snatch. Okay.
Yeah. To me, you look like a metal fan. Are you into metal?
I am.
Okay, so we share a common interest then. So quickly, but we don't have to bore everybody else. But so bands you're into?
Well, from back in my day, I'm preparing to take my kids to see Judas Priest. And my band was Motorhead. Huge Motorhead fan, and I've taken my boys into the mosh pit at Motorhead.
Big Priest fan, big Motorhead, big Nwabum fan, as we call it, New Wave of British Heavy Metal. Maiden was my band. The first band I really saw was Maiden. But my favourite band of all.
I saw Maiden when they had an 18-foot tall Eddie on stage. I don't know.
Exactly. You can't beat that.
Yeah, that was fantastic. What a great show.
Yeah.
Aaron,
Bruce Dickinson prime.
I thought your favorite metal was aluminium.
Good pronunciation. There we go. That's the spot-on pronunciation.
Hey, guys, remember to mention the charity, the Doctors Without Borders charity, which is why we're all here right now.
Yes, Mom.
I just don't want to get too far away from that. You know, people forget what's going on. But yeah, it's an amazing charity, and it would mean a lot to me if you donated during my segment because it makes me look good, even though everybody else is talking except me.
And it's going to take a lot of money to make Dark Matter 2525 look good. So,
oh my God.
Dig deep.
Right. He's right. I've been talking over his hour, so dark matter, I yield the floor, so to speak.
No, I enjoyed listening to you guys. I just wanted to make sure that that got out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I realized it's so it's sort of a merger of our two sessions, dark matter. So I don't want to step on toes either. So
No, I
Pete,
understand.
Get off your chest.
I understand. Yeah, I had difficulty getting technical difficulties getting up here, so DPR had to throw something together. But yeah, I'm just grateful I'm not up here by myself. But
well, okay.
So
Let's see if there's some sort of like common ground that we could reach. And I do want to talk a little bit about physics. Because I think it's something that science is something that we all sort of like find fun. And the reason that Phil and I sort of like put the idea of the Science of Doctor Who together is because we were absolutely desperate and didn't know what we would talk about. But there are certain aspects of it that we can, I think, discuss. What is going on with his screwdriver thing? I mean, that seems to cure all evils. And is there any scientific basis that you can think of that justifies it being able to probe people and undo locks and whatever? Is there any science behind that?
So
the only thing
screwdriver, because that's about the only piece of technology that I don't have a good idea in terms of what's going on. Well, the very interesting thing is that actually I discovered while I was doing a little bit of research about 2 hours ago. 3 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning is tough. But there's actually a paper on something called the archive, which is an archive of proper scientific papers for right across the range, particle physics, astronomy, etc. Most scientists will write and put it on the archive. There's actually not just one, but 2 papers by kosher scientists, by scientists with good credentials, on how we might get a TARDIS to work. Which is, let me pull up their names. It's, so Ben Tippett and Dr. Dave Sang. And this appeared last year, so it's an actual paper on how we might try and get a TARDIS to work. And unfortunately, in this universe, it ain't going to happen.
Did you say these guys disappeared last year?
No, they're still here. They're still here. They're actually, you can tweet them. I tweeted them earlier, and I tweeted a link to that paper. They're it's a really, because they have a really hardcore technical physics paper, and then they have one for, as I put it, the layman, somebody without a background in general relativity or whatever. And I don't have a background in general relativity, even though I'm a physicist.
I did a video some years
and
ago.
they do a really clear discussion.
I did a video some years ago that cited as somebody that was seriously working on time travel device. 2 different people that were working on time travel devices, and of course nothing ever came of it. This guy's actually waiting for his future self to send messages back to his past self, because he says he can't send messages to the future, so he just has to remember to send them back to the past
when he gets there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe his future self has Alzheimer's. I don't know what happened, but it didn't work nonetheless.
Well, I can that we have. Sorry, Dark Matter, do go on.
Oh, I was just going to say I can find a way around that problem. I just write down something on this sheet of paper and bury it somewhere, and then I can have a message sent to myself if I wait long enough. Message to the future self.
Done.
Yeah.
But no, I want to raise a slightly more interesting point. For me, anyway, it's probably going to bore everyone else. But the reason we have time is to stop everything happening at one moment, isn't it?
No.
Oh. But it's an issue that I raised with, I think, Thunderfoot once, and it was during the course of a different conversation, and we didn't have time to pursue it. But there is a direction of time, is there not?
There is, but what's very interesting, if you look at Newton's laws of motion, if you look at, a ball bouncing off a wall, just think of that ball, the laws of physics work exactly the same going in reverse as they go forward. So the origin of that...
But does that work with relativity as well?
So the very interesting, before we get into relativity, just in terms of just pure classical physics, the very interesting thing in terms of what's defining that law, that direction of time, is many people would agree that it's actually the second law of thermodynamics. It's the fact that, loosely speaking, and we've got to be really careful with the second law of thermodynamics, because it's usually expressed as disorder is always increasing, and that's a sort of way of putting it, and it sort of works, but it's really much more subtle than that, much more subtle. But the interesting thing is, if you take a bunch, really good way of looking at it is, if you take imagine that you've got a coffee cup, and you've got the molecules of cream sort of before they spread out through that coffee cup. Imagine you've just got a big dollop of molecules at the top. And if you look at one individual molecule, just take one individual molecule of that blob and just follow it as a function of time, what you'll see is you'll see it bouncing randomly around. If you take a video of that and then play it forward, play it backwards, for that individual molecule, if you just focus on that, you can't tell what's going on. But of course, if you look at that blob of cream and how it spreads out, and film that and then play that backwards, you'll be able to tell the difference. So there's something very special happens when we have collections of objects. And that's what really the second law of thermodynamics and the arrow of time comes from. It's that the physics or the statistics of large collections of objects is exceptionally important. And it's really those statistics that determine the direction of time. Or partly determine the direction of time, let's put it that way. Did any of that make any sense?
Let me ask you a real simple question. Not at all. Let me ask you, what do you think would be what is your position on time travel and how that would be accomplished if it can be?
Unfortunately, it can't be accomplished in this universe. You'd need to have, and that's what this paper in the archive explains. You'd need to have exotic forms of matter. You'd need to be able to get to superluminal, so faster than light speeds. Much like the reasons, the warp drive in Star Trek isn't unfortunately going to happen in this universe. And the amount of energy you need, if you take normal matter and try to get it to light speed, it ain't going to happen, because you need an infinite amount of energy, and there's only so much energy in the universe.
So hypothetically, if you could fold space, or if you could bend space-time and relatively traject towards something that's 4 light years away, and you can create a situation where you are, relative to that star, you're doubling the speed of light, not actually traveling at the speed of light, but only relative to that star. Would you then?
But the important thing is, in this universe with these physical laws, the speed of light is an absolute, that's your speed limit. And to actually get to take normal matter, a photon doesn't have what we call a rest mass. A particle of light doesn't have a rest mass. But to take normal matter and get it up to light speed, let alone beyond light speed, you need, as I say, an infinite amount of energy. That's if you're going to try to actually go light speed in a linear sense. If you're talking about bending space-time, you're not actually talking about trajecting anything at that speed. You wouldn't have to. No, but you can bend space-time and you can change the curvature of space-time. You're right, but again, how exactly do you do that? And what you've got to do, you've got an energy balance sort of between the matter and the curvature and the energy density of the universe. And the problem is, again, in this universe, being able to create that type of warping of space-time would either require some type of exotic matter which we don't have access to, or would require infinite amounts of energy. This is the difficulty.
Okay, so just speaking hypothetically, then, the only even hypothetical means of time travel that either of us are suggesting is where we're going to exceed the speed of light, like approaching something that's 4 light years away, and if we take 2 light years to get there, then we get there in the present or something along those lines. We've effectively done some kind of space time travel.
That's a good way of thinking of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But as you said, the important thing is the superluminal. It's the faster than light aspect of that.
Right. Now, any other type of time travel is, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but any other type of time travel would be unrealistic to me. H.G. Wells' version of time travel, for example, where he just pulls the lever and he goes backward in time. He watches the candle, rise or whatever. If that's what you're doing for time travel, then when you go back an hour in time, would you not find yourself in deep space because the planet has left you behind?
Indeed, yeah. But the interesting thing is that, of course, thinking about when it comes to relativity, we really shouldn't think of a disconnect between time and space, and that where we talk about space time, and actually trying to disconnect space and time is really difficult. But those type of problems, in addition to the grandfather paradox that was alluded to earlier, where if you go back in time and you kill your parents, or you kill your grandparents. The problem is there are so many thorny philosophical issues and thorny conundrums that, in fact, some people have used those to say, well, the fact that these things are completely illogical means that that's one way of ruling out time travel.
And if we just route
you're right.
When you have, for example, hyperspace in Star Wars, you have Han Solo saying that his Millennium Falcon, that rhymes with aluminum, doesn't it? Okay, that's the way it's supposed to be pronounced. Anyway, he has the Millennium Falcon, and it goes 0.6 past light speed, is what he said. 0.6, no increments or anything, just 0.6 past light speed, and which is not supposed to be possible. But when you look at all the different planets that the individual characters go through, even if we're doing the speed of light, and time slows down for them while they're in this period of transit, how old is everything else while they're bouncing back and forth between all these different star systems?
If you travel at light speed, effectively, time is one instant, mind-blowing thing. If you travel at light speed, if you're a massless particle like a photon, a non-rest mass, effectively you're experiencing all of time in an instant. So you're absolutely correct. There has to be a lot more physics happening behind the scenes there, sort of like the inertial dampers in Star Trek, but some sort of temporal modifications to ensure that actually when you do pop back out of hyperspace, or whatever you want to call it, that actually things are as you left them. So
okay, we've dealt with enough disappointment, Professor.
Yeah. Well, no, hang on.
Before we finish off, a long time.
No.
Before we finish off grappling,
I didn't say we're finished.
Please, one question, because it relates to the grandfather issue that we just talked about, or Phil just talked about. You can't go back in time and kill your grandfather, and logically that wouldn't make sense, and because then you wouldn't be born and whatever. But does that mean that time travel effectively displays or would interfere with the basic cause and effect principle?
No, and they explained this in Back to the Future. When you go back in time, you create a new timeline.
I asked a professor of physics a question, and you throw me back to the future.
No, I deferred it Back to the Future. There's more authoritative text than Back to the Future. Come on, DP.
Okay, grappling. I apologize. It was a poor interruption of mine. Back to you, grappling.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hope that not everyone in your part of the world is as rude as you are. But okay, you disappointed us enough with the screwdriver and with time travel and with hyperspeed. Just tell me, Professor, can you make me a lightsaber, and how much will it cost?
No. Unfortunately, a lightsaber. They are so cool. Having said that, there was a recent group recently that basically managed to trap light as a form of matter effectively. So we might be inching towards incrementally getting something which is sort of like a lightsaber. It might have to be very, very small, though, really small. But in terms of confining the photons, but I can give you something like a plasma. Whether it's quite made of a stream of photons is another matter.
So it's a might saber right now.
Yeah, indeed. Let's go for a might saber.
That's better than anything else we've gotten.
What would you really do with a lightsaber anyway? Because it's plasma, right? So you've got 2.5 feet of plasma. So you've got millions of degrees. You've just completely heated up the starship of wherever you are, right? You wouldn't be able to stand in close enough proximity to hold on to the handle of the thing that you have. You would burn your own hands off. Not, to say nothing of the fact that you can only fit so many D-cell batteries into that handle, and they couldn't possibly maintain the plasma necessary to run the saber.
Now you're disappointed. You're even disappointing me, Aaron.
No, all that notwithstanding, as a reminder, Aaron, my profession is as a public school teacher, and so
really?
Yes, and in America. And so my answer to your question, of course, is I would threaten students with it. That's what I would do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's worth it if my hand gets set on fire. As long as one good time at the start of the school year, all of their eyes light up with fear, and I have them for the rest of the year. That's what I would do with it. And a might saber is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, not to waste everybody else's time with this, but since we are talking about science fiction, one of the things that I'd like to see is a realistic science fiction, a realistic space travel film. And I realize that
Gravity!
when you're talking about interstellar travel and you're not capable of breaking these physical laws, and you're talking about people that are going to be born and die on a spaceship. They've never seen Earth. They're the third generation of people that have lived on this spaceship, and they're never going to see the planet they're on their way to either. You know, this is more or less the way that it would have to be, since we don't have cryogenics, and we don't have hyperspace, and we don't have artificial gravity. They have to be in giant rotating cans, so that they would have a gravity field that they could centrifugal force would have to play the part. And all of these starship battles, you wouldn't have people like wheeling and turning like this is World War II footage. You know, just none of that would happen.
But the great thing about science fiction is it allows you to change some of those laws. I think that's the sort of more elegant sense. As long I don't get het up, YouTube videos that some of them go viral where, here's where the physics is wrong. I'm a pretty well dyed-in-the-wool physicist, and those things irritate me because, we have to have the ability to suspend disbelief. Otherwise, a whole rafts of literature are not going to be impossible. But the really elegant science fiction I like is where people consider, well, what would happen if we change the speed of light, or we change Planck's constant, etc. And as long as you do that and then keep everything else self-consistent, I think that's fair enough. Because the problem is, as we've just heard, if we say that, okay, all these movies have got to rigidly agree with the laws of physics in this universe, we're going to end up with some fairly boring movies.
Granted, and there's no way around that I can see. But I would still like to see some realism. In order to have hopeful visions of the future, there has to be some reality to it. I mean, even Star Trek, as absurd as that was, and many of the things that they postulated, I mean, we still got cell phones and something equivalent to the tricorder, and we got there were a few things that came out of that actually came into existence later on. So I mean, there has to be some element of reality attached to it. And I would like to see, at the very least, when you're going to go visit other planets, can they not all be the same gravity with the same atmosphere? And do we have to encounter human beings with different shaped ears every world we go to? And you never need breathing apparatus. You never need to be equipped for different atmospheric pressures or magnetic fields. None of that you have to be concerned about. Why not?
No, fair enough. No, but I think there are some episodes, particularly the later series, where, okay, I guess they all look vaguely humanoid. That, to be fair, and I think there were probably good reasons for that. But I'll take your point.
Yep, costumes cost a lot of money.
And I realize that green skin alien hotties will sell the show better than anything else I would have suggested.
Yeah. special effects, you know, the costumes. It's just easier to make all the aliens humanoid.
So, Dark Matter, talk more. It's your hour.
Well, no, let me just explain for the benefit of the viewers, because Phil has joined us and has to leave in no more than 30 minutes or so. Dark Matter is going to actually take his hour after Phil leaves, so take this opportunity to exploit Phil. And thank you very much, Dark Matter, for sticking around later on. But we will get an hour of Dark Matter. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I'm going to step out for just a moment, let you guys continue the conversation. Be back momentarily.
Okay, so let me ask you then, Phil, you watch sci-fi movies. Do you sit there with irritation and frustration, or do you actually manage to enjoy them? And if so, which ones do you
I enjoy them. No, I enjoy them immensely. It's as I said, unfortunately, some I don't know. Some people on the web tend to reinforce the stereotype of scientists as being incredibly literal-minded, incredibly, how can I put it, anally retentive. We're not all like that. I just the science, as I said, the science fiction movies that sort of I like are those where, although the laws of physics are different and they play with the laws of physics, there's some self-consistency there. A really good example, it's not so much in movies, but there's a game called Portal, all right, and where you blast wormholes basically using a large gun in a wall, and you can go through those. Now, the laws of physics in that universe are different from the laws of physics in our universe, but they're self-consistent. So it turns into a very, very good, really intriguing and really engaging game, because the problems and the way the physics are put in place means that it's very logical, and you have to think through these, but with slightly different physics than we have in your universe. So that's you can suspend reality, but as long as you do it in a consistent way, then I'm happy. If you start just making it up as you go along, then of course that's less engaging.
I just want to say that in furtherance to the message that was sent that I asked Owen about, I received another one from the same person talking about the same dinosaur, and saying basically, I don't know what point he's trying to make. I think it.
Please continue to mumble through the paleontology question while Aaron's not here. Please do that more.
I just want to say that I sent him a link to the Hangout some minutes ago, and he's not joined us. So the fact that Aaron isn't here, I don't think is actually relevant, because I don't think he is going to join us. So stop spamming. There we go. Sorry, Grappling, do go on.
Yeah. I would say that I'm with the professor there on with suspension of disbeliefs. I don't think it's really fair to assume that because a scientist tends to be more aware of how many rules and laws are being broken, that they can't necessarily suspend their disbeliefs for the sake of entertainment. And there was an interview where Neil deGrasse Tyson was explaining how there was a scene in a movie that kind of bothered him because he could tell that from one cut to the next how far the sun had moved and how that's not possible, that could have happened, and that kind of bothered him. But he was like, I still understand that it's a movie. And for me, I'll go and I'll watch a science fiction movie, and Guardians of the Galaxy is probably the best one I've seen as of late. And I'm watching a movie with a walking, talking tree and a talking hybrid raccoon running and jumping around, and none of that bothers me. What would bother me is if in the same movie, if there were logical consistencies, not even like universal thing. With things that really bother me is when characters do things that they wouldn't do in a realistic setting. And I liked Guardians of the Galaxy because I didn't see a whole lot of that happening. And that's what's important to me. It's not that these things are unrealistic in terms of what's possible in this universe, but if a character does something that's just really stupid, like what you see in insert Michael Bay film here, when it's just a character doing something that a person in that situation or a person with these conditions would not do because they'd be incredibly stupid to do it. That's what bothers me. That's what throws me out of my suspension of disbelief.
I sometimes feel that I'm the only person on the planet who hasn't watched Guardians of the Galaxy, but actually I'm willing to bet quite a large amount of money DPR hasn't watched it either.
I haven't, but just talking about films that irritate me or scenes in films that irritate me, I will say this. I can't stand watching courtroom dramas where I just see things that just would never ever happen in a courtroom. And
oh yeah,
I can see it's done for the dramatic effect, but I can't sit back and say, oh yeah. This
actually, here's one thing that does wind me. Okay, I'm a microscopist. I spend my time doing imaging very, very small things. Okay, here's one thing that really winds me up. The CSI infinite zoom, where they take an image and they say blow it up, blow it up, blow it up with no decrease in resolution all the way down to the quarks. That's the thing that really, really winds me up.
and I'll also say they reminded me when DPR said the courtroom drama things, because you work in a courtroom and you know how things really function, how they edit things and how they make certain things happen that would just never happen. A judge says something or does something that would never be taken seriously. Pretty much every film or TV rendition of how a high school classroom functions drives me crazy, because no, that's not. It's one extreme or the other. It's like there's always some savior teacher who comes in and all of a sudden everybody just loves this person, or it's the opposite. It's like if you look at a TV show where it's just to be conducive to making things happen and it's just like a background environment, nothing is like it really is in the school. Like kids just all come in and they sit down and they're just ready to do their whatever it is that there's assigned to them, and everyone just listens to the teacher and nobody has to leave the classroom or nobody has to deal with a cell phone or any kind of things that are actually happening, and they just don't exist in TV land, and it always.
So you mean to tell me that when your students are having a bunch of problems, there isn't just some music montage and then afterwards everything is cool?
That's how basically 18-week semester in a block schedule, for about roughly 16 to 17 weeks of that, we just fuck around. And then like in the last week, I'm like, all right, kids, time for the montage. Yeah. I play Gonna Fly Now, and we just pass the exam.
Do you teach science? What do you teach?
I teach English.
Oh,
yes.
How interesting. So one of the okay, I don't want to get too far off the theme, but one of the interesting things with the British system, the A level, or let's be clear, the English system, the A level system, is that basically students who in the final years doing something called A levels before they go to university. There's a very strong divide between sort of those who go down what we call the STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths route, and those who go down the arts and humanities route. That's really bad. Whereas in Ireland, we do something called Leaving Certificate, where you're forced, it's mandatory to do English all the way up. That breadth is much more important, because there's one thing that I tell the students, the first year undergraduates, right throughout, because quite a few of them do not like to write, it's you're doing a science degree, you're doing physics, get used to writing, because I, as a professional physicist, spent at least 70% of my time writing rather than working with numbers. And there's a real divide there in terms of, the idea that, well, I'm doing a maths and a degree that requires a lot of maths, therefore I won't need to write. And it's interesting. I'd like to talk to more English teachers, but possibly offline.
Anytime. I believe we have someone who came in. Is this the person who wanted to talk to Aaron?
Yeah. Since DPR was talking shit, sorry, was talking smack and wanted me to join up. I didn't see his link, but if he hadn't butchered the name, it's Dreadnoughtus, the giant dinosaur that was unveiled on Thursday about the 65-ton beast that was supposed to have walked in Argentina.
I'm sorry if I was rude to you. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
No, not at all.
It was in Argentina, was it not?
Southwestern Patagonia.
Yeah, the article you sent me said
what I didn't understand was your conclusion to your question, which was, are you ready to accept creationism?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the joke is that
I'm sorry, I missed the joke. I do apologize.
No, the joke is that the Dreadnoughtus is the behemoth from the Bible. So is Arn ready to accept creationism now? That's true.
I do apologize. I didn't recognize the name. I didn't look at it, and I didn't recognize that it was you.
Got it.
I do apologize for that.
All right, no problem. No, not at all.
Okay.
So basically, let's expand this.
I'm confused at this though. Because they said it's 65 tons, 85 feet long, and Seismosaurus was 50 meters long, right? So if Seismosaurus is 50 meters long, then how is Dreadnoughtus bigger?
Right. I will confess entirely out of my depth here. Not so. I have a passing knowledge of that particular news item. It was a busy week for me. Keep my mouth shut.
Sorry, I hope I didn't ruin the joke.
Okay.
Now I have to look up Seismosaurus again just to make sure that I remember the figures correctly. As I remembered, Seismosaurus, from the tip of its nose to the tip of its tail, was 50 meters long. Godzilla was 50 meters tall, and that's why it stuck out in my mind.
I have to apologize because
No, out of my depth,
they are totally mute. I've got two little monsters like this that are now getting active. I don't know whether they need food or something. I apologize if you hear noises in the background. They are both completely mute, but they make a lot of noise as they fight each other, which they are doing at the moment.
You sound very qualified to take care of them. I don't know. They need like food or something. I don't know. Whatever.
The cats.
They're cats. So, I mean, how do you know what cats need or whatever? Sorry.
Did you say that your cats are completely mute?
Yes. Apart from Gog. Gog sort of like does the appropriate movements to make a meow, but what comes out is a very high-pitched and very weak sort of like. That's it.
Oh.
Sits in front of me, and nothing comes out. And Magog is completely mute. Magog doesn't make any noise at all.
I see.
I don't know. I'm not an expert in cats. I don't know whether I've just got.
Well, have you tried wringing it out like a towel?
Oh no, they're making noise. They're cleaning the litter tray now. I'll mute myself. You don't want the audience does not want to hear that.
Okay.
But yeah, but no, seriously. Seeing as he's paused now for a moment. Paused. No. Paused. No. No. No, he hasn't. I've never come across it before. Do cats go through the same process as sort of like humans and sort of like their voice breaks? Are they both mute? I don't know.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, my cat was always extremely noisy, constantly howling, meowing.
Oh, that was the loudest noise I've heard from him. Anyway, let's whilst we still have Phil here, let's stick on the subject of physics. I don't know where we're going to go with this because Doctor Who seems to be sort of like done and dealt with. Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing. Breaking up. Sorry. The reason I suggested Doctor Who, and it's 50 minutes in, we still haven't got back about that reason, was this whole fantastic voyage, whether it's possible, and that was the other aspect of it. And there's some very interesting physics there, which we can discuss. But if you've got particular things, DPR, that you have in mind,
let's go down your avenue. I haven't. Let's go down your avenue.
So, the thing with Fantastic Voyage, as I'm sure you've all seen, is the idea that you take a submarine or something like a submarine, you've got people inside and you shrink it down. And the question is, can you do that with matter? Can you push atoms closer together? And before you think about whether you might be able to do that, it's a very interesting question. You think about, well, Brady and I did a video for 60 Symbols on this very recently. Is do atoms ever touch? There's a video. There's a number of videos basically claiming that, well, you know, any two objects never really touch because at the quantum level everything's fuzzy and nothing's really defined and you can't. But actually what's stopping you falling through your seat, what's given rise to the stability of matter, what gives us the periodic table, what control the universe as we know it, what's basically the fundamental reason why we're all here is, in terms of how matter behaves, is something called the Pauli exclusion principle, which basically says you can't put two electrons into the same quantum state. So when you bring your hands together or your buttocks resting on the chair beneath you, the force that's actually stopping you falling through that is this fundamental, very quantum mechanical force called the Pauli exclusion principle. And that's the thing we'd have to get rid of, we'd have to control if we really wanted to shrink matter down. This fact that electrons really, really are not very friendly and want to keep away from each other. And they're, as a premise for a science fiction novel or a game or a movie, actually being able to switch off the Pauli exclusion principle, so to allow electrons just to come together and collapse into one big mass, completely radically change everything. It would be very interesting to be able to do that.
But if you're talking about shrinking people like that, you're talking about putting all of the matter closer together, then you're talking about the same mass.
Well, so
right?
Asimov said, you know, one way you could think of, and some people have think about this, if you want to have a smaller human or you want to have a smaller object, one thing you could do is just pull out atoms and try and, you know, shrink it down that way. But basically you'd lose functionality very, very, very quickly. The thing would just not function. So what you've really got to think about doing is actually shrinking the size of the atom. And there's another meme that's on the internet is this idea that, well, an atom is mostly empty space. You know, you've got most of the mass focused in the nucleus, concentrated in the nucleus, and then you've got the electrons on the outside. That's also another slightly irritating meme because the electrons aren't really point-like particles. They don't form orbitals. They don't form orbits like in a solar system. If the electron spreads out, there's a probability wave, etc., etc. So the interesting thing is, can you control how much that electron spreads out? And there's some fascinating, really fascinating deep physics behind that.
Well, I want to pick you up on that, if I may, Professor, because...
Philip started. Fine.
I know, I was just bigging you up. Okay.
No, don't big me up.
You mentioned there something which obviously has significance, but I'm not entirely sure I understand it. You can't have two electrons in the same state. Are you talking about two electrons in this, around one? Oh.
More importantly, while dark matter fixes his phone, Professor, you prefaced.
DPR was about to ask a really interesting question, I think, and I missed the last bit of it. What was it, DPR?
Whether you're talking about when you talk about something being an electron being in the same state, are you talking about an electron around an atom, or are you talking about an electron per se, so to speak? Because let me explain my.
No, I know exactly what your question is because it's a wonderful.
No, you don't. No, you don't. because I was going to go on to say at a public lecture, Professor Brian Cox was talking about something that seemed to be talking about the same thing, and saying that any electron in the entire universe cannot be in the same state. And this is what I was inviting you to address.
Brilliant question. Absolutely wonderful. So Brian did talk about this about 2 years ago. I've actually had a couple of email exchanges with Brian on this. They're working still very hard. Him and Jeff Forshaw, they've actually got a paper again on the archive that I mentioned ages ago on this. Pauli exclusion is really fascinating because, as I said, because for all those reasons. The issue is this. Brian, in principle, is correct in that the aspect, let me even modify that, aspects of what Brian said are correct. In that, yes, quantum mechanics would tell us that all the electrons effectively in the universe are coupled together, right? So an electron here and an electron in Alpha Centauri.
Could you just mute your microphone for a second? Thank you.
So, to reiterate, there is in one sense, an electron here in me is coupled with an electron in you. Well, that's good, isn't it? Let me do that. But, and this is the key point, in any real sense, in any practical sense, the energy associated with that, the degree of coupling is so tiny as to be completely and utterly negligible. And when I say completely and utterly negligible, I'm understating the case. The important thing is that we do technically have to think about all those electrons coupled together, but in the real world, makes no difference at all. The degree of coupling, if you want to put it that way, between an electron in me and an electron in you it's just not there. It doesn't have to be considered, which is why all this bullshit from Deepak Chopra and the like, just if there's one thing that winds physicists up, it's that type of shite, coupled consciousness to the universe. Nonsense. Pure and utter nonsense. You know, in first year physics, actually A-level physics, you can show that the amount of coupling there is just, well, okay, maybe not A-level physics, I won't overstate it there a little bit, but certainly in undergraduate physics, you can show very, very quickly that the amount of coupling, the amount of communication between electrons in very distinct parts of the universe is absolutely tiny, which, to finally get back to your question, DPR, is why we can think of an atom, and we can think of the electrons within that atom as being subject to the Pauli exclusion principle. But if we've got an atom over here, all the way over here, then the electrons there, by virtue of the fact that they're effectively so close together, etc., Pauli exclusion works there, but you have to bring them really, really close to form a bond, and it's only under those circumstances, when you actually bring these two objects together, that you can think of the Pauli exclusion principle being important for the entire system. Again, did any of that make any sense?
Well, kind of, in that it sort of like helped to explain that Brian Cox's explanation was badly worded, because the impression that a lot of people got, and I know he was criticised for this, was that interfering with an electron here would have an effect on the electron at the outskirts of the universe, and a lot of people read into that this meant that there was going to be potential for time travel and
yeah, I know, because he also brought in it's a shame it's coming up to the end of the hour, but the really interesting aspect that he also brought in the idea that it would be faster than light communication. Again, the problem is, and I know with 60 symbols and all the stuff we do with Brady Hammond, I know just how easy it is to do this, where you're trying to simplify what's probably the best part of 30 lectures worth of material into 5 or 10 minutes, and you make shortcuts, and something that on one level appears proper disclaimers and provisos, it's not reasonable at all. The interesting thing is that you can have two electrons. Let's stick with electrons. You can put them into something which is called an entangled state, right? And the important thing with that is when you put them into this state, we have something called spin. which, don't worry about what it actually is. It's not really spin, but basically imagine that you've got a particle which is labeled with, let's say we have a particle which is labeled a half and a particle which is labeled minus a half. Usually we think about that as a sort of little arrow on the particle, one pointing up, one pointing down. You put them in this entangled state, and what you have is, before you make the measurement, and this is key, before you make the measurement, you can't really talk, you don't talk about what the state of those particles is. It's like a jumbled up, up, down, arrow pointing this way, arrow pointing that way. Now, you take that entangled state, you send one of those electrons off to one end of the universe, you send the other electron off to the other end of the universe, right? You make a measurement, on this one over here, and instantaneously, this is the fascinating bit, and this is the bit which tells us that we've really not got our ideas about space-time entirely sorted out. Instantaneously, what happens is we say the wave function collapses. So that means that instantaneously, this jumbled up sort of one pointing up, one pointing down, it collapses so that this one, we measure it pointing up, and the other one we measure pointing down. Right? And that's not the same as saying, well, we put them in a box, we send one to one end of the universe and we will send the other to the other end of the universe. When we make a measurement, we know absolutely what the other one's going to be because they were in that state to start off with. They weren't in that state to start off with. So this is the fascinating bit. We have that type of faster than light communication in one sense, but no information is being transferred. And again, you can see the difficulties here. These are really complex ideas, and when you try and put them across to an audience which doesn't have a background in science, graduate audience, or in terms of students doing physics, it's easy to put across the wrong perception. And this is something, again, with sort of edutainment, or whatever you want to call it, in YouTube, I have a lot of qualms about. This idea of taking very complex ideas and reducing them down to change them into clickbait, or to change them into something, oh wow, I didn't know that happened. And Deepak Chopra, again, is just so guilty of this type of, wow, it's quantum physics type of nonsense. And the other person who's really guilty of this, I've got to say, when it's a great shame, is Michio Kaku, who again overplays these aspects. That was an awfully long rant. Sorry.
It was absolutely fascinating. Far more interesting as to whether a sonic screwdriver would exist. But Phil, thank you very much indeed for your time. I know that we've trespassed upon the patience and the time for Dark Matter to his hour, and I really want to get you on the Magic Sandwich show to talk about these things. I'll be in touch with you hopefully soon and see if we can sort that out, because there are so many things that I'd love to talk to you about. But can I thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Thank you for the invitation. Very fascinating. I might try and grab another hour's sleep now before the kids get up. How many hours have you got left to go, DPR?
14.
Oh, jeez.
No, it's not that long. I've got till, you tell me, I've got till 4:30 this afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'm going to be able to catch a few hours sleep, I'm sure, along the way, voluntary or not. But anyway, Phil, thank you very much indeed. It's
See you later.
An
Bye.
absolute pleasure, and I'll try and include some links to you in the description.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Do you want to throw yourself off, or should I impale you?
Well, I can go leave call, which I'll do in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much indeed. Also, I'm going to mute myself and disappear. Aaron, this is Dark Matter's hour, so I'll see you shortly.
Okay. Dark Matter.
Okay.
It's all up to you, Dark Matter. Take care.
All right. Well, that was pretty interesting.
It was, but I have to correct the professor on something.
Please do.
He prefaced his entire rant about our molecular level and all of this by saying he was going to tell us the fundamental reason that we're here. But the fundamental reason we're here is to raise money for Doctors Without Borders. or Médecins
Right.
Sans Frontières. So,
No, cheesy.
so this is something that has gone unmentioned for like the last 45 minutes.
That's true, though. That's
So
true.
I thought I'd bring it up, albeit cheesy.
So, have there been any donations done during the last hour?
Is anyone keeping track? I'm not keeping track. I should have been.
I'm not either.
I haven't been looking either. I was wondering if anybody else had.
People in the chat, you guys have been posting the link. Thank you very much. Toby Kid, thank you. Let us know if anyone's been donating. But yeah, it's a great cause. Please consider donating, especially during my segment. Come on, make me
Look at that face. Are you gonna not donate to Doctors Without Borders with that face being represented?
Yeah, I'd like to just mention once again that this is something that DPR Jones has been doing every year for the last few years on a kind of a dare or a challenge that was inadvertently started by Venom Fang X, through no intent of good on his own part. It was, when he was making a challenge about, when do atheists do any charity work, and this has already been being done, by a lot of people for a long time. But DPRB decided to become personally involved in this one. And in years prior, this has become sort of a virtual TAM. We've had practically everybody in the global atheist sphere, all the speakers and leading scientists and so forth. Lawrence Krauss, A.C. Grayling, I believe Dawkins even played a part at one point. We've had all these people involved, and it's been a great time talking to all these people, and James Randi and Matt Dillahunty and so forth. And it's everybody's been very supportive of this idea, because when you look at the different types of charities that people run, this is one of the higher ranked among them. Definitely, this is the one that more people pray to most urgently, most desperately. This is the one where people are most in need. This is the one that generally comes through. So if you're interested in donating at any point, this would be it. So, and Dark Matter, I would like to hear what you've got going on.
Well, right now I'm just working on my series that I started for my channel, which is going to be an insane amount of work. One thing I was doing was I did a couple of these charity videos. I noticed ever since this ALS bucket challenge thing started up that there's been a lot of complaining about, is this charity more worthy than that charity? And it annoyed me. I would see a charity video, and then it would just be filled with complaints that this cause is far more worthy than that cause. And I just think that really bothered me, because people are trying to do something good, but no, that's not good enough. You should be doing this instead. Something about that really irritated me. And I don't know, what do you guys think about that?
I think that you hit the nail on the head in that video. I forget the guy that you were responding to. It was on your Dark Antics channel, right? The one that you responded to about it.
I did two videos on that recently.
When you explained that somebody arguing that you should pass up this charity so that you can help this charity instead is backwards thinking. It's better to advocate that we pass up luxuries in favor of charity, because that's the real thing that's worth sacrificing. Instead of going out to dinner this night, use that money for something more altruistic, and then you're saying, okay, give up something you don't really need, rather than saying, don't give to this cause, give to this cause. It just seems to make a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, real quick, I was not aware of the Dark Antics channel. Is this something that I want to subscribe to?
I guess it's kind of like my more serious channel where I appear in person. It's not my cartoons. It's my actual videos of me talking about topics.
Okay.
So yes.
Well,
That's the kind of answer I was looking for.
What was with things that are oftentimes people say something like with ALS, well, this doesn't affect as large a number of people as, say, those who could benefit from charity water or even MSF or something like that. Sometimes smaller things, because they have a significant effect on a smaller number of people, they get pushed aside or they get ignored, or we overlook the sort of thing that you talked about, how helping people with that particular issue also has scientific benefits that spill over in other areas. Likewise, something like Médecins Sans Frontières, if you're helping people who are in desperate need, and essentially you're helping people help people, your donations do a great deal to support a lot of people without consideration for ethnicity or politics or religion. How many of those people who have their lives saved can then go on and do good on their own? How many potential positive things can come from that? People that can pay it forward, so to speak. So when you're donating to a cause, it's not like it's just going into a vacuum for that one thing. You know, it spills over in terms of research and in terms of impact, and altruism tends to have that kind of effect.
If I could ask, you were talking about other people criticizing various charities because this charity is not as good as that charity. We're not talking about charities in direct conflict with each other, right?
right. It's just instead of giving your money to ALS research, you could have given it to cancer research, where it would have affected more people. That's the basic argument.
Yeah, I don't understand where the comparison is, because we obviously can't donate everything to one charity and forget all the rest. We still need to have clothing and toys for kids. We still need to have the soup kitchens. We still need research in various different medical applications all at the same time. So I don't understand where that kind of criticism comes from.
Right.
At the same time, it's a sad thing that we have to raise money for organizations like this, because why are some of these charities not funded by government agencies? Why does it have to come from private people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was
the problem. Is that the reason that Doctors Without Borders exists is because a lot of these government agencies can't be relied on to act in a humanitarian way all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very interesting thing to consider, because I'm curious. I don't want to make assumptions, but I'm curious how just an American voting populace would respond to a question like, would you be willing to cut military spending by 5% and give that just 5%? We're talking about the biggest military on the planet that outclasses the second largest in pretty much every division by multitudes. Just cut the annual budget by 5% and give that 5% to something like Doctors Without Borders or something humanitarian.
Yeah, but now you're bringing up a whole other topic. You're talking about a culture of people who have for generations been conditioned not to be producers, but to be consumers, and not to be thinkers, but to be followers. And we have been trained to be afraid. And this is what fuels a lot of the economy for the military-industrial complex, is that we are so terribly afraid, and we'll buy into every fear-mongering tactic and all the conspiracy theories. And some of us, I know there are some people in this community that I live in that really enjoy being afraid, and it seems like the only time that they ever get excited about life is when they think it's about to end, or that the world is about to end.
Yeah.
That SARS or avian flu or communists or that somebody's putting polonium in their water supply. Something terrible has got to be happening, and that's the only time these people seem to have joy.
Exactly.
It bothers me a great deal that people have this kind of psyche.
But
The funny thing is, you can go back throughout history and see the history of these claims, and they happen like clockwork every year, and you'd think people would learn, from that hey, it didn't happen this time, the sad truth of it is eventually, it's something's gonna happen, and
Yeah.
Sometime there's going to be some conspiracy or something, some travesty, some catastrophe, maybe financial or environmental, or something that the World Health Organization needs to be involved with. One of these things is eventually going to happen. Yes, just like
Right.
we're eventually going to have an impact from space. But that doesn't mean that we should be living our lives in fear. Now, I was reading a story for one of the presentations that I have to do shortly on this Texas family that had decided that Jesus was coming back, so they're not going to school their children anymore. They took their kids out of school, they homeschooled them, but in fact they haven't done any school lessons at all since 2004 because they're waiting for Jesus to come back. That's 10 years. These kids have gone without any kind of education at all. Now, the state has imposed truancy against them, and they fought a legal battle for 7 years, during which time they've made no attempt to educate their children. They will fight a legal battle for 7 years, but won't educate their kids, because it's that important to believe that the world is about to end. When I was a child, remember, I'm 51 years old, when I was a child, we knew people that would not mow their lawn, that would not fix damages to the house, because there's no point in doing so, because Jesus is about to come back 50 years ago.
And
I don't understand where the psychology.
At what point do they realize I'm wrong about that? I mean, I know when you set an exact date, it's easier, but with that, I mean, when do they realize it?
They don't. But, you brought up that the strange thing is that you can look back and you can see the historical record of these things being confirmed to be wrong. I think it's more interesting that people will get worked up and scared of the conspiracy theories and threats of the world's going to end because of this and that. However, there are legitimate concerns like multi-trillion-dollar military spending compared to a lack of humanitarian or educational spending. There are legitimate concerns that the same people don't seem to care about. Like, if you want to get hyped up and get worried about something, why not consider this to be a bad thing with the world that we can actually take steps to fix? So I'm curious, from both of you gentlemen's perspectives, if a politician were to propose that, something like 5% of our military spending to go to a humanitarian cause like Doctors Without Borders instead of the military, how do you think? Because Aaron mentioned that there's a culture of fear, and I completely agree. We've been conditioned to be afraid and to say yes, support the troops no matter what, give to this is what's important. But if somebody were to propose that, I'm curious what both of you think, is the culture itself so conditioned and so scared that it would react negatively or positively or somewhere in between?
Well, I don't have much hope for the culture in general, and I'm not really one to ask the questions about what I think should happen, because my ideas tend to be very radical. I don't see any realistic possibility of anybody trying to effect a military takeover of this country. I don't agree that we have the mightiest army in the world. I think that there are one or two that are better than ours in some respect, but neither do we have to have. If it were that we held the position that we once had, where ours were the best schools in the world, and the secondary schools, the universities, if ours were the best place in the world for everyone to send their people, then people would be sending their best minds to our country to go to school. this is something that I would see as a goal. If I wanted to preserve the United States, then I would want to have everybody in this country trained to better understand everything that they do so that they are a greater asset to this country. I don't see the need for this devastating military force. I see the need for better education. I see a need for a better understanding about how we do agriculture and how we account for the amount of the population that we have and for the environment that we have and for the responsibility that we have to take given the numbers that we're seeing and the eventualities that are going to be inescapable because of that. And unfortunately, the culture that we live in is not remotely realistic. They believe in magic invisible friends and wishing upon a star, and that's literally the truth.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with Aaron, and a lot of it too. I think a big effect could depend on how it's presented. I mean, you have this. People complain about NASA spending millions of dollars, but when you think that, like an F-35 fighter jet is almost the same budget as NASA. To just develop that 1 year budget, almost the same as a NASA budget for the whole year, and it's a useless fucking endeavor, really. We're using all these drones, unmanned craft, and that's insane to me. If people were maybe to be educated about where we're wasting our money, where we could be spending our money, and the benefits that would result from research that NASA does. People are completely ignorant about all the other benefits that come from NASA besides what we find out in space. They develop all kinds of technologies. People seem to be ignorant of that, and it's education. Yeah, I mean it comes down to education, like Aaron said, is that people are ignorant about these things, and if they weren't, then maybe they would be more on board with cutting some military spending.
Well, I don't think that.
I'm of the type.
Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
I don't support the idea that churches should be tax exempt because they're not supposed to be manipulating the vote, and we all know that they are, and they make a very public statement that they are. So I mean, I don't think that there should be churches at all. I think that if they're going to exist, they should be taxed, and that we should be able to gain the revenue from them, and that we could be much more efficient in how that revenue is spent. I don't appreciate the way my own government operates. Everything that I understand about the way our government operates makes no sense. I don't understand how intelligent thinking people came up with a system that works like this. None of it makes any sense to me. It could be far more efficient. It could be much more leaned down, and we don't have to have all of these senators, half of which have criminal convictions for this or the other thing, and they all make these ridiculous salaries, and they don't actually do much of anything except take the word of lobbyists who are paid by other companies, and so we end up with an oligarchy, and we don't even have a representative democracy anymore. Nobody even knows that this. I'd say democracy. Nobody even knows that this isn't a democracy, that this is a republic. They don't understand anything about the way this country works or the way technology is. It's a very disturbing culture in how little everyone knows about anything and the way this country goes. Have you ever noticed that when you talk to people from Europe, they know more about our country than we do? Not just the present, not just our current government, but also of our history and everything else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, there's also when you talk about, you mentioned the government doesn't make sense the way it works. It's funny because the way that government is explained to us in school works, like the very watered down concept of checks and balances, and there's this hierarchy in the way things function, like that works, but the nuts and bolts of how actual politics functions doesn't really get addressed in current public education. Government class doesn't.
Whoever wins is whoever has the Koch brothers pump $300 million into their campaign.
Yeah.
I think Toby Kid Major makes a good point about the church thing. I think that if a church is to retain its tax-exempt status, they should be able to provide enough charity to justify that. And if not, if they're not doing charity, if they're doing politics, then they shouldn't get an exemption.
Now,
Well,
for me,
it's
when I was a kid, I'm sorry to jump in one more time, but when I was a kid, I was surprised that when I'm watching what I consider to be a documentary, I'm expecting as a child that somebody has vetted this information. Somebody's verified that the information that they are transmitting on television as a science documentary, that this is going to actually be true, so that I can trust what I'm seeing on television, that somebody has examined this and they've tested it, and this is the actual mainstream science. And here in America, that's never the case. And so we're all grossly misinformed. And if you're going to have a religious school and you're going to have people teaching as fact things that are completely pulled out of your ass, there's no truth to it, it's made up out of nothing, I don't understand how that qualifies as an education in any respect. I don't understand how we distinguish that from a lie.
Well, it starts. I tell you, it starts at a very young age. You know, how many times did you have? I don't know if you both went through public school, but how many times do you have American history class? And that's just one example. But for many things, from the elementary school level onward, we teach, and a lot of parents break things down to the point that they're not giving the truth or the full story to children. So we teach like this oversimplified and flat out inaccurate story or narrative or whatever you want to call it, and then as you get a little bit older, we kind of like take some of that away and we say, no, actually it's like this. And then next year, okay, you can handle a little bit more of what actually happened, so it's like this. Like we go from, in first grade, history class is like, oh, the Europeans came over and they had Thanksgiving with the Indians and everybody had a good time. And, and then here, that's how we got here. That's how the country got the way it is. And then like, that gets just kind of slowly changed around year after year after year. What if we had an education system that actually gave the direct and correct information in smaller, though still accurate increments, instead of having to, and I'm not a parent. I know that both of you are parents, and I believe, Aaron, you're a grandfather. But
I was.
Oh, yes. It's just I can't speak from the position of a parent to say that, but I feel that it would make a lot more sense to teach children smaller increments of truth rather than non-truth that we alter over and over again.
My family got really angry when I saw a documentary about how Christopher Columbus was not this great national hero, that he had actually, spread syphilis through all these people, that he captured all of these native women as slaves, and took them back to sell back in Europe. And they were horrified that they would talk about a national hero that way. You're supposed to always talk in a positive way, and this is, I'm going to be testifying, I think, next week in Austin. They're going to be doing another review of the history standards, and what our Texas Board of Education likes to do is they like to make everything right, as in right wing, and they like to make everything white, as in remove all of the ethnic influences from our history. And this is what they've been doing year after year. Every time they do a history review, they want everything to be in a very positive light, so that it's not realistic. They can't admit that bad things happened, and that that some of our national heroes, like Christopher Columbus, maybe were not so sparkling clean, and that maybe there was a dark side, and that maybe we should be accountable for some things. I mean, like you mentioned about Thanksgiving. I mean, who's going to tell the kids that that it wasn't the fantasy myth that they were always told, and that the day prior to one of these first Thanksgiving Day celebrations that the people had just killed 790 Native American men, women, and children, and that's what they were celebrating. Who's going to do a lesson like that?
Yeah, when I was going to school, as a little kid, there was this mentality, not just with me, but with pretty much everybody, that if it's in a book, then it's true. If it's on TV, on the news, it's true. And that's one of the things that gave so much power to things like the Bible. It's in a book. What are you talking about? It's true. And as I got older, one of the things I noticed about things like the news, even from when I was like a kid back in the 80s, I noticed a definite change where they started adding their own commentary, their own opinions into it, and labeling that as news. Whereas before it was just pure journalism. These are the facts. Now they're throwing their own slant on it, and it's causing, in my opinion, I think that's a big problem.
Yeah.
With the church thing, the church tax thing that brought up, like Toby mentioned, they should have to show a certain amount that goes to charity in order to be tax exempt. I think there's a pretty simple solution to that. You still tax a church just like you would tax anything else, and then whatever that they do give to charity, that's documented and gets submitted as a tax write-off. It's tax deductible if it's charity, just like anyone else who gives to charity. So instead of saying, yeah, we'll exempt you and then you can prove that you give something to charity, you just treat them like any other business, and then they can go through the proper paperwork like any other business or any other person who makes charitable donations or tax deductible donations would have to. I think it's a pretty simple concept. If you're actually putting on a soup kitchen or something and you're a church, that's fantastic. That's great. Get it in your books and submit it and go through the paperwork like everybody else has to.
And if there was such a change, it would be perceived as a massive attack on American religious values.
Yeah.
Not that they're privileged now. It's that they would be assaulted by secularists and atheists.
But
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm saying that would come from the same people who are fine with that sort of thing happening to businesses, even though the right-wing side is very pro-business and pro-conglomerate. They don't mind them being taxed, but when it comes to making sure that churches are taxed in the same way, by the same standard, then there's this resistance. So there's just a lot of inconsistency from the same people who are most popularly making those arguments.
Well, you got overhead, you got to pay for that building, and that people can go in and sing nice songs together. Right?
Yeah. I mean, there is overhead, and if your overhead cannot be substantiated by essentially, because a church isn't a business in the sense that it doesn't produce anything meaningful to consume. It's a business in the sense that it takes in money for a service it provides, and that money is entirely based on donations. You don't get charged in admission to get into most churches. I don't know if that's the case for a mega church. I've never been to one. I really don't know. I don't know if they have tickets for admission or things like that. But
I don't know how a megachurch can justify its existence after reading the New Testament. Just the stuff Jesus said. I don't even know how they can justify their existence.
Yeah, but because a church relies entirely on donations to exist, it's kind of strange to think that all that overhead gets paid and the people running the church still make enough profit to make a living off of. How much donation is happening here? And if your business, as it were, cannot function based on those donations, if the people who want that service enough are not able to pay in enough with taxes included, then you have to adjust accordingly. Like either your church doesn't need to exist, or it doesn't need to exist at the size that it does, or you have to find find less expensive ways to do the same job, just like anybody else would have to do who doesn't get to slap religion onto the title.
I posted on my Patreon video when I went live with that. I was talking about the number of mega churches that we have in the Dallas-Fort Worth complex or metroplex. We have close to 100 mega churches. If you understand what the classification that means, and that means that they have multiple thousands of regular members. Another way of measuring them is having a sanctuary of 4,500 seats or more. But as I understand it, having more than 2,000 regular members qualifies as a mega church, and we have 80 or 90 of them here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. One of them was on prime real estate downtown, where all the skyscrapers are, and they decided that wasn't good enough. So they had this beautiful building from the 1800s, and they decided that they needed something more modern. So on the next street over, still on downtown real estate, they built a $180 million complex based entirely on member donations. So that's the members of one church donated $180 million for a second church they didn't need.
That's staggering.
And we are sitting here trying to raise money for a charity for people in desperate need. But you could raise $180 million if you just want a more opulent church that you can be snootier about.
Which is against the New Testament that you're filling the church with.
And you're supposed to sell all your goods and to take care of the poor? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. The irony is so thick.
I'm going to try to see if I can get a large funnel and shovel or shove a camel through the eye of a needle.
When it takes
see how these people get through heaven.
When it takes Jesus 2 weeks to flip all the tables in your church, you're going a little overboard.
The $180 million is just like, it's so hard for me to even wrap my brain around that.
Yeah, and you got to remember that's one
Yeah.
church out of, say, conservatively 90 in the immediate area. I went to one where Chris Hitchens was debating William Dembski. And I remember somebody was giving me directions on this over the phone, and we're looking at a like Google Maps, telling me where to turn because I couldn't at that time. They were giving me the directions, and they said, if you can't miss this church because it's the size of the town I grew up in. And he wasn't kidding. The Prestonwood Baptist Church is multiple buildings. I think there's 7 buildings as part of this one church. And as I was walking to what I considered must be the main sanctuary or wherever the event was going to be, somebody pulled up in a car asking, which building is it that they're holding the event? And I said, I think the one closest to the airport. Because it looked like this place had its own runway. This was a gigantic church. I believe it is 7,000 seats in their sanctuary.
Wow.
And if you want to be even more outraged, I was working in a corporate office, making all my bills while I do this kind of stuff on the side. And Ray Comfort, of all people, gave a 30-minute sermon in this 7,000-seat stadium, for which he was paid more than my annual salary.
But how many people do you make feel warm and fuzzy inside, Aaron?
If all you need to do is lie to them, Matt Dillahunty and I were talking about how if we really had no scruples at all, if we were in the same category as people like Ray Comfort and all the people that are running these massive mega churches, it would be a great thing if we would just decide to suddenly find God, and release the book that says we suddenly found God, and then just suddenly be rolling in tens of millions of dollars. And unfortunately, we have scruples, and that's why we're in the situation that we are.
To give some perspective to the degree that it enrages me, what you just said, when the place where I went to church when I was a church goer when I was a kid, and the miniature version of that story is that I was raised by religious people, but not church-going religious people, and I was raised to believe in God. So when I got to about late middle school age and I was able to take myself to church, I did that. I went to church on my own because I wanted to, I wanted to know about this God that I believe in, and I wanted to learn more about it. The church that I went to had a basketball court in it, and I always wondered, how is that really necessary? How is that really needed for a church? And it's not really an uncommon thing for a church to have a basketball court in it, but that one did. And then after I left religion, which didn't take too long from the point that I started seriously looking into it, but a few years down the road when I did leave it, I looked back and I thought, a basketball court, like, how much just look at how much it would cost to build a basketball court. The goals and the size of the ceiling it needed to have, and the hardwood floors, and how much would just that cost? And that was just a basketball court. Like, you're talking about a church that has multiple buildings beyond what's necessary for just the seating capacity, which is all that a church should really be. Right? It should be a building with some chairs where a dude can talk to you about some stuff. And you're talking about something that spans the size of the town you grew up in. It's just mind-blowing to me that this is the sort of thing that money gets spent on.
Oh, go ahead.
This guy is professing to be an authority of some kind. He's pulling shit out of his ass. He's talking about stuff that he can't prove, no one can prove. It's all made up, and there's no way to distinguish it. I so often say there's no way to distinguish it from the illusions of delusion. Why does he make all of this money if nothing he actually says is true? And I know that Dark Matter wants to say something, but I want to throw in one more thing. I just saw an interview a day or two ago, and I posted this on my Facebook, where Pat Robertson was being read a letter from one of his 80-year-old subscribers who said that she pays her tithe regularly, but she finds that now that the car is broken down, they don't have any spare money. They can't fix the car. They're having to borrow money in order to get by every month because the bills have gotten so tight. What is his answer? He's a billionaire. He owns a diamond mine, and he's saying that she needs to continue paying her tithe, and that if she's having difficulty doing that, she should sell all her personal possessions for less than what they're worth to her, and that she should get another job at 80 years old so that she can continue to pay that asshole the tithe, because he's a mega millionaire, and he needs her money.
And obviously, an omnipotent God would need him, right, to spread the good word.
Because God needs money.
Yeah,
that's the real issue. Like, when it comes down to it, and I touched on this in a video where when I saw a bus that said something to the effect of like, Jesus gives us what we need. It was some church bus, and it's like God provides, I think is what it said. And I thought, wow, that must be cool that God provides for you. So, that bus doesn't run on gas, and you don't have to pay money for it. It just runs on God because He just provides it for you, and everything that you need is just provided by God because He provides, and He is omnipotent, so He has the means of doing so. So it just baffles me that a church can possibly say that it's necessary to have these expenses when anything that would be necessary to do the work of God should be provided by that God. And being that He's omnipotent, that should be limitless. So you should have limitless provisions. And if a church did have limitless provisions without needing to take a single donation or a single dime of someone else's money, I'd be a lot more convinced that that the God that they were claiming to worship and promote had some credibility. But you'll notice that that's not the case.
It was, I think, the comedian Bill Burr who made a funny statement about this. He says, "You mean to tell me that God is omnipresent? He's everywhere. He's right here. But I gotta go over there to your church to worship to worship him, and he's pissed at me over there, and he needs my money over there. Fuck you, you're bullshit." And he just said it was just spot on, the way he did it.
Well, that was like I said, my family was not a church-going family. My dad was raised my mom and dad were both raised super Catholic, and I ended up going to a Methodist church just because that was one that was close to my place. And being that they didn't want for their kids to have to go to the Sunday school and all the guilt and whatever, they just didn't want that, and they sure as hell didn't want to do it themselves. We stayed at home, and they kind of explained that we worship in our own way. We still believe in God. You got a picture of Jesus over there with the palm leaf on it and everything, and God is everywhere. That was my parents' justification for not wanting to drag all of us to church, themselves included. And that made a lot of sense to me as a child. It's like, well, God is everywhere. We can just worship him in our own way. Can't you? Couldn't you set aside time on your whatever Sabbath day you take to reflect and read the holy text at home and talk about it with your family and say, this is what I think this means. What do you think it means? Even if I were a religious person, that's how I would handle it. I wouldn't feel a compulsion to go to a church and give money to other people to have them read to me and tell me what they think. It just seems completely unnecessary. And if I were to say that, because it was when I officially joined that church, when I officially joined this Methodist church, I had to sit down with the pastor, and I had quite a conflicting conversation with him about this when I was trying to join the church, because he said to me, if you were to encounter somebody who wasn't religious or was of a different religion, would you be willing to explain to them that that Methodist Christianity is the true Word of God and that they should attend church as well? And that conflicted with everything that I knew, because I knew that my mother was still a very good person and she doesn't go to church, and I knew that I still considered myself to be a good person, and I had never gone to church before this, and I was perfectly fine with everyone who didn't go to that particular church, but the pastor was just not feeling that response. He gave it to me in every version he could of yeah, okay, but this is still what really needs to happen. You still have to understand that this is the method they really need to search for, and if you're not promoting that to them, then they're going to, it's for their benefit. They're going to miss out if you don't do this for them. And and we kind of found this common ground where I'm like, look, I'm not going to do that, and he's like, whatever. And we got to that point because he still wanted me to join his church. But he spent a good 15 minutes trying to drive that point home to me as what was I, a 13-year-old kid at the time, and that just feels so twisted and wrong that it felt wrong at the time. It felt bad enough knowing that my mother, who takes care of me and raises me, is a very good person. She just doesn't go to church, and you're telling me that I have to now devote part of my life to convincing her that she's wrong and she needs to go to church, when at the same time you're telling me your God is omnipresent. That was bad enough, but then to try to sit there and really twist that knife and just really try to contort my opinion when I was 13 years old, it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, let me ask you a question. What did you get out of going to church? You said you went to one because it was close to your house, but what was the purpose of going?
The purpose of going was to educate myself in the religion that I was raised to be, because I was raised to be religious, but I was never read the Bible, and I was never told the details. I had a very Catholic grandmother who would like preach to us around the holidays, but I didn't understand these things. So even like cultural illusions about religion that were thrown out, if you showed me like a picture of the Sistine Chapel and the paintings, I wouldn't really know what the reference was. I wouldn't really get these sort of things. And also, my public school teachers would, not all of them, but several of them would ask me things like, "What church do you go to?" You know, what church do you go to? And then not only them, but obviously my peers. If I would say, "Oh, I don't go to church," there are all these gasps and these like really unsavory looks and these "Oh, you're going to hell" comments from a lot of students. And this is from like as soon as I went into public school and I stayed in public school my entire school career, still there technically. But all these kids would, you know, they'd look at you aghast. "Oh, you don't go to church." So one thing it did was it gave me an answer to that question as I was going from like middle school to high school. When people said, "What church do you go to?" then I had an answer. And I was hoping to become educated and learn about this religion that I was raised to be a part of, but I didn't know anything about. And as you can probably tell, the more that I looked into it, the more that I was pushed away from it. The more I read, the more questions I had. The more questions I had, the less friendly the responses got, and the less receptive of questioning the responders became. And the more I listened to the pastor, the less I liked what he had to say. Until I got through the whole damn book myself and was left in nothing but confusion and some anger, obviously, that what you're taught this lie and these people, all the negativity that comes with it. But yeah, so that's why I went. And ironically, I suppose, I got the exact opposite of what people say to go to church for. You know, it drove me away. But maybe it was because I was going with I had the approach that this is real and I'm just going to find out about it. I'm going to find out the answers to questions, my own questions in particular, but it was the lack of satisfaction for those answers that drove me away.
Yeah, you know, the only way that I can give value to the lessons that I'm taught is how true they can be shown to be. You know, I mean, how accurate is this information? And of course, when you get into the Bible, then it comes up donut. There's no value to it whatsoever. And when I first read it, it was with the impression that so many people told me that this is going to be God's word. This is God is love. This is going to be the ultimate infinite wisdom. And the level of my disappointment at finding that this was nothing like wisdom, that this did not come from a supreme being because it didn't come from a superior being. This came from very inferior minds, and it was the only way that I could read that. So, you know, I go back to what I said before about being upset that when people are teaching me things that they promote as fact, that they're not actually factual. And how does that not translate as a lie? And so, you know, religion on the whole just reads to me as a lie, and a very manipulative one.
Yeah. So when people go to church, it seems to me that they're going to learn about God, to be told about God, and you know, that's what this book is. You know, they go to have people tell them about God without realizing, you know, that those people don't know anything more about it than they do, and the people who wrote this book, who wrote all the books of the Bible, are just like them. They're just people, and they don't know anything more about God than they do, any God, and they make their assertions about what they think it is. And because it's in these ancient books, you know, it gets more credence.
when that really doesn't
I never
apply.
understood the.
What was that?
I think we're probably going to make the same point, but I don't understand how Like the idea that this is old and therefore it's the best model that we have doesn't apply to anything else really in life. Like,
right, it's the exact opposite.
Like, we aren't driving Model Ts. You know?
And it doesn't even apply. It doesn't even apply in that sense because, you know, okay, so Christianity. A lot of people don't realize that Christianity is not the oldest religion in the world. So many people think that Christianity is older than Judaism, and I don't know how they get that. I mean, how much more ignorant could you be of your own religion if you think that Judaism is not older than Christianity? But for them to then realize that Hinduism is older than Judaism, so that the most recent books of the Hindu scriptures are still centuries older than most of the Bible, and the earliest of the Vedic scriptures are older than anything in the Bible. So if being older means that it's more valid, well, then they should turn to Hinduism, and Hinduism was also a far richer and far much more explored and detailed type theology than anything the Bible had ever. I mean, the Bible looked like something that it was, you know, just hacked together in a few minutes compared to, you know, the Vedic scriptures and the Mahabharata and so forth.
And here's what concerns me is we have these religions today that are often marginalized. You know, you got Mormonism, Scientology. Is that going to be, you know, the big mega churches of the future, 2,000 years from now? You know, the big Scientology mega church or the big Mormon mega church. That's what I'm wondering.
Ew. don't like give them ideas.
They already have that idea, believe me.
It's bad enough. Like,
you know, people put this value on things that are old just for the sake, you know, just because they're by virtue of them being old. So a book like this, it's like if you didn't update your computer for 2,000 years. You know, it's going to have all this information that it's missing out on, and you're going to be on a very old operating system that's obsolete.
There's a local Dallas preacher who complains that science changes all the time. This is the matter of the way things improve. I mean, if you play a game of 20 questions, you know, every question is going to give you a different perspective, but it's a more accurate one than the one you had. This is constantly refining, is constantly getting better, but this is not the way people see it. They say science changes all the time. Oh, science used to think the world was flat. No, that's not true, but that's what they advertise. And then they would turn around and say, and as I said, this local Dallas preacher says this, that his Bible hasn't changed a word in 350 years. You know, he uses a King James Bible from 1700 or something.
I've heard from that guy. I've got a King James Bible on my desk, and it's the same.
Perfect. Yep.
The same as it was 350 years. And like by that logic, I mean, like you're saying, well, you could say the same thing for the Hindu texts. You could say, well, they haven't changed, and they're even older. Therefore, are you Hindu now? It doesn't follow through. Like most things, I don't know. Like it doesn't take that much thought. I don't think it's very like a super genius concept to say, okay, is this thing that I'm saying applicable to anything else ever? Like that doesn't require a whole lot of introspection, which is why I think it only requires a little bit, and that would probably be why there's so much. You know, why else does a religion take so much care to forbid you from thinking that it could possibly be wrong?
It's very difficult to do this. You have to know just the right questions, I think. But sometimes when you tap into some people's minds, it's really scary what's in there. Because I've encountered people that after a series of questions, I've determined that this person is a geocentrist. What the person I'm thinking about right now believed that the Earth was the biggest thing in the universe, not just the center of the universe, that the sun rotated around the Earth, as did all of the other planets, that they were all roughly about the same size. Jupiter's about the same size as the Moon, and the Sun is the same size as the Moon, and they all go around us in a series of concentric spheres.
They're all just tiny dots.
Right. She has no idea what a galaxy is. The solar system and the galaxy are the same thing. When you show somebody a picture of the galaxy, they imagine a bunch of little teeny stars, and they're all little teeny stars, and that great big white thing in the middle must be our sun, surrounded by a bunch of little stars. It's surprising how distorted their perspective is. And I was asking one person who wanted me to explain evolution to them, right? And they seemed to be sincere in wanting me to explain it. And I said, well, the easiest way would be for me to first figure out where your misconceptions are and then possibly correct those. So you tell me what you think it is first. And that person said, well, it's where a bunch of molecules gathered together and became a man, and a different bunch of molecules gathered together and became a fish.
That's a lot closer to creationism.
Just replace molecules with dirt.
Dirt.
I didn't come from no monkey. No, you came from dirt. Okay?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, no, and so when I listen to some of these people doing their apologetics, I mean, the reason that it causes my head to swim in being disoriented and dizzy listening to this is because it's so wrong on so many levels and so many aspects. You don't even know where to start to begin to fix all the damage that they're talking about.
Yeah.
Like Ray Comfort's thing about, you know, the piece of hamburger that sat around for 1,000,000 years, a piece of hamburger sits around and suddenly grows eyes, legs, and a tail and becomes a dog, and then it needs to go find a female dog. Really, Ray? This is what you thought evolution was? You don't remember all those diagrams with all the apes walking prior to the man? You don't remember any of that? It's wow.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned, you know, you have to ask the right questions to find out these sort of things about people, like the geocentrist. It's not someone who's like and you usually get there, you know, you find out by starting off with, where can we get common ground? Where are you starting from? You ask like real broad questions. Okay, can we agree that the sun is the center of our solar system and it's not the Earth? No, we can't agree on that. Okay, let's back up a little bit. Can we agree that the Earth is not the biggest thing in the universe? And no, really? We can't agree on that. But even that being said, those aren't the ones who disturb me. It's when you're doing the same thing with like an issue of morality, when you're like, okay, can we at least agree that even if God, like hypothetically, even if God wasn't real, that you wouldn't be prone to kill and murder people? And when people say, no, there'd be no reason for me not to, those are the people that freak me out. Those are the people who, like, just like the same response of, wait, you mean we can't even agree that the Earth isn't the biggest thing in the universe? When I'm saying we can't even agree that you wouldn't kill and rape people if it weren't for God, that freaks me out even more for the same sort of reason.
When people, and it's very rare that I encounter somebody that's this dramatic, but when they tell me that whatever the Bible says is true regardless, even if you can prove that it's not true, it's still true because it's the Bible. And so if they heard voices telling them to kill their own children or to kill me, you know, or anybody else for any reason, just because God told them to, because they hear a voice telling them to, they know not to question that voice in their head. You know, then you're right. That's the ones where you start to having to back up. Anybody else you might be able to reason with.
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't feel safe in the presence of someone whose only line between being a civil individual and potentially raping and murdering me is the belief in something that all my knowledge is fictional. I don't feel like that's a strong enough buffer between me and that person, and I need some distance.
Well, maybe they just don't realize how they would feel if they suddenly didn't believe anymore And if it ever came to a point where they truly didn't believe, then they wouldn't feel that way, and they were just ignorant of that fact. They were just ignorant of how it would be. You know what I mean?
It's an unknown unknown. They don't realize that they don't know that about themselves, and I would hope, but I don't want to take that risk. It's like the philosophical concept of, and I've never seen the movie The Purge, but the philosophical concept of, well, if there are no laws now, how would, for this amount of time, how would people react to that? And I would really like to think that if we didn't have law for 24 hours, that we wouldn't have people running around killing everybody and stealing things, and that this wouldn't happen. Because on a pragmatic scale, if people, maybe I shouldn't say this in front of 200 some people, but but if enough people just decided, hey, on this day we're not going to follow the law, then the law wouldn't really have a lot that it could do about it. If you look at the number of police enforcement versus, say, the city of New York, or any given city has a far smaller law enforcement corps than it does people. So on a regular basis, we kind of go on the honor system that the majority of people are just going to be decent human beings and not try to steal from each other or kill each other.
Let's look at that for a moment. And I'm sorry to step on you again, but let's look at that for a moment, because people would say that without a God, there's nothing to stop you from killing and raping everybody. You just punch people in the face and just kill people and just rape them as you want. But what would be the motivation to do that?
Yeah.
Where do you get joy in running amok and pissing in everyone's cereal? I don't understand that.
Well, the only reason we don't is because we have God.
But there is an instance where it happens in real life, and that is like looting, riots, and stuff. When you have this atmosphere of other people doing it, and you get this like herd mentality, and people just start forgetting who they are. Normally they wouldn't kick in the window of a store that never wronged them, but all of a sudden you got all these other people doing it, and
you mean the same mentality that gets people eating grass and talking in tongues and passing out and having convulsions on the floor because they get the spirit inside of them, because Auntie Sue did the same thing. It's just interesting that, herd mentality does cause people to do some really strange things, but many examples are the most clear and frequent in a church. that sort of herd is where you see that sort of thing happen more often than this team lost a soccer game, so we're going to loot or riot or that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're on the second the second part of this charity, right?
Right.
Yes,
okay.
The section 2.
And I'm noticing we just crossed over the top of the hour, so I want to check the schedule and see, was there supposed to be somebody else that...
There's nobody for 3 hours, and DPR hasn't come by to really explain that to us. So, so I think he really designed all this. He's like, let's get the long-winded people that we can find, and just get them talking and hope that they don't notice. And that's
okay,
just
so seriously, it's supposed to be, and I wasn't even planned to be part of this. I don't mean to, automatically include myself in the long-winded category. But, I wasn't even planning. Did DPR really just expect you two to talk for 3 hours?
It just says TBC, and actually, we were. I don't even know what that stands for. To be considered.
He said, keep going. He sent me a message that said, keep going.
Keep going. Yeah, this was his plan the whole time.
We got conned into it.
He sabotaged the whole thing, and he's like, oh, terribly sorry. Cheerio. If you gents would just wait for Professor to come on, and then we'll just keep you here. And I'm just gonna pop off for a fag for a bit, and you just keep going, okay? Because TBC, whatever that means. I don't know what'll happen next on the schedule, but you guys just take care of that for me, all right? Cheerio.
In all fairness,
You're talking
in all
about
fairness,
this if I'm not here.
in all fairness, I did hear DPR Jones actually enunciate the word schedule.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Just so that we would understand what he was talking about. And I've never heard him say cheerio.
Not yet. That might have been a slight embellishment on my part. But it seems he's back. He's around.
He had to come defend his honor, which will be a very short defense.
I thought everybody had 1 hour. And so that we'd come to the top of the hour, and somebody else was supposed to be here, and they weren't here. So I was like, I was muting myself, trying to call over to DPR, going, "Is there somebody else that's supposed to be here?"
I thought you were doing really well, so I just sort of like let it run.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
By the way, GI, you were accused of being a racist for making fun of an Englishman, and obviously, as an English teacher, who would know better?
Right. I heard a very recent reply to someone being accused of being racist recently, and I'll repeat it at this time. Shit happens. But I think I figured out what DPR had planned was he was going to listen to, I believe it was Professor Moriarty. He was going to figure out from him how time travel works. Then he was going to go back in the past and get people to fill those spots that he hadn't gotten done up to this point. Yeah, but he kind of whiffed because he found out that time travel isn't really possible under the conditions of our universe. So he kind of, it was a real gamble that he missed out on. So maybe that was.
Either of you guys ever read Douglas Adams?
I've read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah.
Okay, so you understand what the problem with time travel would be, is that there would be so much of it that going back to the past would be just like being in the present, because they would have McDonald's in the 1300s too.
Yeah. I really love. I'd like to read more of his stuff. He is such a fun writer from the bit that I have read from him. But yeah, absolutely. We can't have time travel for that very reason. That's the real problem. It's not any of the things that were mentioned during Professor Moriarty's segment.
Because what does he know? He's
fighting
just
words.
He doesn't know science fiction.
Yeah. How many science fiction novels has he written?
I would think that if time travel were possible, we'd have some kind of, by now, visit from the future, some sort of evidence of somebody coming back from the future. No?
I think that what we're looking at for time travel is we're looking at it the way that like say Willy Wonka looked at television. That you could transmit a person to a television receiver. I mean, we're expecting that we would be able to survive the time travel experience and go back and watch Marilyn Monroe in the shower, or go back and hunt dinosaurs for fun. And of course, if there was a time travel capability at all, we wouldn't be able to use it for such trivial purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And we wouldn't be able to survive the experience under any case.
Or maybe send a message.
How do you transport your body at 3 times the speed of sound? Or, excuse me, 3 times the speed of light?
I wonder if we could send a message, though.
Well, so what you're telling me is that I don't get to go back and hunt a Dragnautus?
A Velociraptor?
Yeah, I would be more impressed with Seismosaurus anyway. I'm a little disappointed at that article because 85 feet long, that's not that big compared to Seismosaurus.
And, well, yeah, 100. We said 50 meters, right? Was Seismosaurus, and that's roughly 150. Wait, no, 50 meters.
Yep. Roughly.
Yeah, roughly around 150. So yeah, that's about a third bigger than this thing.
Yeah. Now it's very long,
Mm.
and the interesting thing about it is it's got a long neck, it's got a long tail. You count all of that into its total length. But remember that this total length is equivalent to the height of the original Godzilla in 1954.
Wow.
So there's a huge mass difference.
Oh yeah, and I just looked it up. I have heard of the Seismosaurus before, and that yeah, it's totally length. It's like the whole long head, long tail sort of thing going on.
Yeah, they've got this measured at 130 to 170 feet.
Wow. I'm way out of the loop because I'm still operating from what I learned as a kid that the biggest dinosaur was the brontosaur.
Which never actually existed.
Right. So yeah, I was raised in a Brontosaurus era, and I like many young boys was into dinosaurs, and I was very confused in my childhood when it was like at the same time I was learning about it, it was like no, actually it doesn't exist, but Brachiosaurus does.
Diplodocus.
Yeah, and like as a kid, I'm like, well, okay, well, what's the difference? Like, pretty much same thing. It's just not this, it's this. But
excuse me if I may interject, seeing as I've been quiet for a while. I recall earlier this year traveling through the deserts of southwestern America with Aaron, Tripuka, Connor, Xavier, and to fill in the hours, Connor came up with some interesting questions to pose to us. One of which was, if you had the opportunity to go back in time, which era would you go back to? I think I went back to the Russian Revolution, sort of like era, about 1905, 1915, that sort of era. Tripuka went back, I think he went back a little bit further. I think he was somewhere, I don't remember why, in the Middle Ages. And Aaron's, when it came to his turn to answer, he went back to the Cambrian explosion. So he absolutely blew us out of the water insofar as distance back in time that he would travel if he had the opportunity. He would have been very lonely, I think, so far as companionship was concerned. But yeah, I was impressed with his answer. Was it a Cambrian or was it before?
No, it wasn't before. It was a little bit more recent than. I'm actually most fond of the Carboniferous or the Permian.
Permian, that was it. So how many million years back?
Roughly
beyond my trivial 100 years or so.
Yeah, roughly 220 million years.
Wow.
Yeah, let me show you something real quick. I've got this necklace. This is a trilobite. This was given to me by my paleontology professor. Let me see if I can get a better look at that. Yeah. So this is an actual trilobite that I wear as a scarab. And the last of the trilobites, I believe this species is Orathia kingi, they went extinct 220 million years ago. And this would have been at about the same time as we had Dimetrodon, which was the earliest of the therapsids or the mammal-like reptiles. I mean, an interesting period for me. This was also when you had the giant arthropods, you know, like the 2-foot wingspan dragonfly and that sort of thing. This would be the time that I wanted to see the most. The flora from that period was so alien that the swamps and marshes wouldn't have looked recognizable like anything on Earth. It would look like a foreign planet, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted to go there. And oddly enough, another reason that I like the paleo world is knowing for certain that no matter where you look, you're never going to see a piece of trash. There's never going to be a plastic cup, a paper bag, nothing.
Except for you would be the piece of trash. that does not belong in that environment, and everything else is going to look at you like a giant styrofoam cup on the highway.
How far back would you need to go before you're not even compatible with the atmosphere anymore?
If you get back into the Ordovician, it becomes you're no longer able to breathe.
The Ordovician?
Yes.
How far back's that?
It's right after the Cambrian. So I mean, if I were to go back to the Cambrian, I would need breathing apparatus anywhere.
Huh.
It's a very practical question, Dark Matter.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's very interesting. Let's pursue it. Which lack of oxygen or too much carbon dioxide or what?
Lack of oxygen.
I thought the Cambrian was sort of like considered to be an increase in oxygen. I thought that's one of the.
Yeah, it's still increasing. Still increasing,
Okay.
but you would need assistance breathing because there wasn't enough oxygen in the atmosphere. And then when you get to the Permian, you've got kind of the reverse, because in the Permian, or at least in the Carboniferous, you have the highest levels of oxygen that we've ever had in geologic history. So fire burns really well.
Aaron,
There's one question, another if I may. Were you there?
Then shut up.
There was a request in the chat, a two-tiered request for you, Aaron. One was to see your necklace again, and the other was asking if it's heavy.
No, it is not heavy. It is stone, but it is not heavy. Let's see if I can get a better.
Well, you also have to take into account the great masculine prowess of the person wielding the necklace. So, you know, if you were to put like a boulder onto Paul Bunyan's necklace, he probably would say it also wasn't heavy. So take that into account.
I feel like I've lived multiple lives. At this point in my life, I'm wearing a trilobite, wherein in a previous version of myself, I wore a double tourmaline quartz crystal hammerhead. That was my Thor's hammer.
That sounded very sensible. What are the I'm terribly bad at these things. They're classic sort of like fossils. They're little round things, circular.
Little round things.
The
Pearls?
one we saw on our road trip at the Dinosaur Museum, that was about 1 meter wide, was the largest one I'd ever seen.
Okay, are we talking about something that looks like a snail shell?
Yes, that sort of thing.
Okay, you're probably talking about ammonites.
Yes.
The earliest ammonites were straight. They were orthocones, or just a cone-shaped shell. And then later on, they started to curl. There's some interesting pictures where I can't remember his name right now, but they started into a curl pattern that wasn't a connected curl, so they looked like the letter J for a while, for whatever reason. And then in the more modern incarnations, then they go into a tight snail shell, and then even more modern than that, they become ridiculously ornate snail shells. So imagine an octopus-like thing, but it's an octopus that lives in a snail shell and has long tentacles instead of short ones. And these could be quite large. The largest one I've ever seen, personally, the largest fossil ammonite that I've ever seen in situ, I mean, like in the actual location, we were collecting fossil ammonites, and in the site that we were at, we found one that was 4 feet across, and of course was impossible for us to lift out of that location. The biggest one that I'm aware of was 13 feet in diameter.
Wow.
So quite a big octopus-looking thing. Very, very beautiful shells, though. They get very ornate in their designs. And once upon a time, because you can have fossils that'll be made out of any type of mineral. It's just whatever's being deposited at the time. And I remember making a joke to my kids. My favorite mineral was hematite. And so I asked my kids for Father's Day, "Can you get me a hematite trilobite?" And they didn't. You can't get a hematite trilobite, but they did get me a pyrite ammonite, which I thought.
Now you're just showing off with your posh work.
That's the B- of Father's Day gift.
Yeah. How did it How did it feel when you found out that your kids don't care about you?
Let's throw the question over now that you've got a timescale to work with. Dark matter and grappling. If you could go back in history, what period would you go back to?
I'd go back to the
I've got
90s.
100 years. Aaron has gone 220 million years. Where would you fit into the scale?
I'm going back to the 90s, the 1990s. Life was simpler then.
Wow, is he young? Because I got to tell you that in the 1990s, I saw, and a few other people my age, and maybe this is because we're my age, I don't know, we saw this as this thing sliding back down, that we kind of met the pinnacle of our culture in the 80s, and that everything was downhill from there.
I will definitely answer the question, but in the chat, DPR, it's been requested that you please check your Skype. Thank you. And Master Rottweiler asks Aaron, which one is the largest arthropod fossil ever found?
The largest arthropod fossil is going to be Pterygotus, which is a crocodile-sized eurypterid, 13 feet long. It's essentially a sea scorpion, and it's not as bad as some of the other types, like the Mixopterus, for example. Mixopterus was particularly nasty, but Pterygotus was huge.
A huge sea scorpion sounds fucking terrifying to me. like I already am apprehensive about the ocean because there's like everything in there is more suited to its environment than I am, and so much of it could kill me if it felt like it. Now there's like this image of a giant, and scorpions are already frightening enough, and now you're making it giant and aquatic. And
yeah, I'm going to add something to that. You know that the unholy trinity has been invited to Australia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So in March, I expect to be in Australia and New Zealand, and the interesting thing is that one of the places we have to go is not Adelaide. I forget what the Never mind. It's a northern eastern seaboard country. Begins with a B, I think. Brisbane. Yeah, so we're going to be in Brisbane, which is the great white shark capital of the world. More shark attacks there than anywhere else, and then they also have the box jellies, the really deadly one where the bell is the size of your thumbnail, but the tentacles are 2 feet long, and if you survive the sting, then you'll be in critical condition for 4 days of excruciating pain that can't be treated.
Owen, I wouldn't worry about this too much. The idea of you in a wetsuit on a surfboard trying to stand up would be so frightening to any animal of whatever type that they would flee.
Wait, so
somebody sent me a picture of their coastline with all the hotels lining along it, where the city of Brisbane looks in this one scene very, very much like Fort Lauderdale. The only difference is there's nobody in the water.
Now, you're not actually considering swimming in this place, are you?
I am.
Because it's going to be pretty ironic for someone who's such a proponent of evolution to exercise natural selection in such a way that you're terminated by swimming in a place infested with these deadly creatures.
Well, I did. The last time I went to Galveston, we did something similar. That they weren't very far away from the capital of bull shark attacks, and I went out in the water there up to my shoulders, and the rest of my family was absolutely panicking that I did that, and yeah, I did feel a little stupid out there realizing that the number of sharks of not just bullheads but also hammerheads that they had in this area, that maybe I shouldn't be out that deep, and certainly nobody else was out that deep. But am just kind of curious to do it just to say that I did it. But to make things worse, the reason I was telling you this is because I'm also just found out I'm not just going to Brisbane and Sydney and Melbourne. They're sending me to Perth. And Perth is on the western coast. The beautiful thing about Perth is Perth has beaches that I used to have some friends that lived in Perth. They said that there's beaches there where you can walk for hundreds of miles without ever seeing another person. And I think that's fascinating that you could have beach, which, you know, I grew up in California. I'm used to, you know, every square foot of beach is prime property, right? To the idea that you don't see any traces of humanity as you walk along 100 miles of beach, how could that be possible? Well, one of the ways is the number of shark attacks that they have, or the number of sharks they have in the area. Two is just the climate, because it's such a remote desert area. And also, one of the other things that they have here is this is the location for the blue-ringed octopus.
Oh yeah.
I have to say, I've experienced firsthand Aaron's utter lack of respect for his own safety, personal life. When we were driving through, where would it have been? It was day 2, so we were in New Mexico, I think. And we stopped off because the scenery was just so wonderful. I said, "Look, Aaron, I've got to take some photographs of this." He said, "Yeah." So he pulled over, and also, to be fair, the true puka just sort of like walked up to the edge of a cliff face. I wasn't going anywhere near. I because of the previous experience with climbing, I developed a quite substantial fear of heights, and I was actually on. They didn't realise this, but I was actually I was sitting down, crawling towards the edge, but getting nowhere near it, and they were boldly standing on the edge of this cliff that would, if they'd dropped off, they would undoubtedly be dead. And then, as they walked back, Aaron sort of like jumped on this huge rock, and it started wobbling a bit. And he said, "Oh, isn't this fun?" And then the whole thing, I kid you not, the whole thing shifted, rolled over. He jumped off and sort of like managed to maintain his balance, and was laughing about it. And this was like on the edge of a drop that would bloody killed him. So I don't know what it is about Aaron. He's got, as I say, scant regard for safety. And
DPR, safety. That's because you were with Americans, and we realized that gravity is just a theory.
However, DPR is telling you a lie. He tells you that he has this huge fear of heights. We've got video of him at the top of the Stratosphere Hotel where he rode all 3 of those rides with my son.
Yeah, that's kind of true. And interesting enough, you wouldn't go near them.
I don't like roller coasters at any. I'll fly ultralights. I'll do the mountain climbing.
I think the description of it being a roller coaster is just so inaccurate. I don't know whether people watching have any understanding what we're talking about. If you don't, there's a video I posted on YouTube about the road trip, which includes footage of this roller coaster. It's not a roller coaster. What it is it's a torture trip. It's pure torture. It's on top of this tower, which is I think about 1,100 feet high. It's high. They just sort of put you in a it's about that. Yeah. They put you in this thing that looks as if it's a roller coaster sort of like ride thing, but it's about 10 meters long, and they just launch you off the edge of this building. It's just not funny.
And then when you get to the end, it drops as if the track is broken. And it's a good thing that they're ready washable plastic seats.
It sort of like goes by and you think, oh, thank goodness. And if anyone's watched this video, it's being filmed by Aaron, because you take cameras on it. It's been filmed by Aaron, and you can hear the True Puka commentating on it. And there is a moment that he absolutely nails it, because it does this a couple of times. It sort of like shoots you over the edge, and you literally go into space, and you think, what? And then it brings it up, and then it sort of like does this jolt thing as if it's broken. Then it comes up, and you go back down, and you think, oh, great. And it does it again. It does it again. And at that point, the True Puka says, look at DPR. He's now thinking, I just wish this whole thing was over. And when you hear that commentary, I am thinking, I just wish this whole thing was over. I've done the first one. I don't need to do it again. Oh, absolutely terrifying. But
Now,
you did all three of those.
Great fun.
Yeah, the other two rides, there's one that they strap you to this chair, and remember, it's 107 stories high, and there's a central spire on this tower, and they strap you to the chair, and then the chair rockets upward at 4G. And you're outside in the open air that high before it takes off. So I don't know if you were even when I was a kid. I remember hanging upside down on the monkey bars and feeling like I was falling up, and being afraid of the sky because I feel And I just imagine that DPR must have been experiencing something similar. And then he said that the worst of those three rides was the one that they strap you to a chair, and it then reaches out or hangs you out over the edge and then starts spinning you around, and then opens up so that you're face down spinning around 107 stories up.
I just wanted to interrupt for a minute to thank some people that recently donated. Pete Finbow and CMP, who donated so that I wouldn't look bad. I really appreciate that. And Vogter donated.
Vogter.
Hey, I'll tell you what we could do. If people are interested, we can watch the footage of me on those rides. Would people be interested in seeing that?
I'm interested in knowing how long you stood in line waiting for this torture device.
Oh, remarkably little time. We're almost straight on to each of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The nice thing was,
I can't believe no one wants to see it.
We all got a couple of shots of rum, just getting up there.
In response to what time period would I travel back to? I'm not particularly interested in going backwards in time. I guess I'm more progressive than that.
Here we go. Snooty.
But if I have to go, well, sorry, I'm not just going to go to the 90s when it was a simpler time. Of course, if you're
going to go to a simpler time, go to a better one.
Yeah, than the 90s. You're going to go get that Kid and Play album as soon as it comes out?
Okay, I would go to the 20s and pull out of the stock market in 28. How about that?
There you go.
Well, go to the 60s.
What time, Aaron?
The 60s?
The 60s.
The 60s.
Yeah, you want a simpler time that was fun and is easy to freak people out?
I think if I were going to be there for a significant period of time, I would go to the era of I would go to the time of the civil rights movement and be an activist.
See, he's better than all of us. See?
What?
I would really want to go to the future. That's what I'm curious about.
Sure, I think you and I are both in that school.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not very interested in going back, but I wouldn't mind going to the time of the Civil Rights Act, to the Civil Rights Movement, or like all the way to the 1800s, around that area, and the same thing, to be a civil rights activist, and maybe I could get things going a little bit faster. We could have
I
used
wouldn't
any
even I
help.
wouldn't even imagine that there's a future to go to. Do you realize that the world ended 2 years ago? I mean, why are you still looking into the future?
Yeah. You're just see. There's the problem. If you have the ability to time travel and you time travel like 15 years in the future, what if there's nothing there? Then you just die. Nice trip.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a gamble. It could be a much shittier time. It could be a way better time. It's a gamble.
Big time. But at least if you know you're going backwards, then you know you're going to a time that had less of what you have now. But at least you know Earth's gonna be there.
It's not always true. I was going to go back to a time that had a lot more trilobites and dimetrodons than we have now.
Well, yeah, you're right. I phrased that poorly. I didn't mean things as in things I can't pronounce. I meant things as in technology. Yeah.
All right.
You know, when I remember when I was, when was this? It was not.
Literally don't remember. You said I remember when. When was this?
No, okay.
In secession.
What I remember is the events, but I'm trying to remember when it was. But it was back when there was no such thing as a flat TV, okay? And people told me
1800.
That was impossible. You know, that's impossible. That you can't get a tube flat. You know.
Yeah.
And then the first TV came out that, you know, I remember looking at it in Sears and thinking, they finally did it. And, you know, by today's standards, it was pretty thick. It was $10,000. The guy said the price is never going to go down, you know, if I want to get one. I knew that was bullshit. But
Don, you're showing your age so much.
Yeah,
I remember growing up and being told that it would be possible to have a telephone that you could actually phone someone up and you'd be able to see their face.
Ridiculous.
Absolute nonsense. I thought it would never ever happen. People were wasting their money trying to develop this technology. And look what's happening now. Look, I'm going to insist. I'm sorry. I'm going to insist on this. This is...
Okay.
The ride that we were talking about.
You have to watch DPR Jones home movies.
I'm going to insist everyone acts real impressed.
Yeah.
Okay. Press play.
I'd had enough at this stage, okay?
Whoa.
It's just... You can see me. I am gripping that bar in front of me as hard as I can. Not that it would do any good if the thing broke. And you think, okay, it's all over now. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
That's a torture device.
Yeah.
It really does.
Okay,
look like a
that's
torture
enough.
device.
We've done it. Get me off now. Oh no.
Yeah, and then it drops again.
That's brutal.
Wow.
Yeah, they used to have an actual roller coaster that went around this hotel that we're in. It looks like the Space Needle, and it used to have a roller coaster that went all the way around the outside periphery of it. But I think something broke off of it at one point, and somebody said, we're going to lose about 30 people, and it's going to be really bad publicity, so let's take this down.
Yeah.
I was injured in an amusement park accident once. I'm not going to say injured, but my wife and I went into the Zipper. You know those that ride that spins around and goes around in a big circle. And I had a pocket full of change, and it all came out and was pelting us. Just pelting us all this change. Yeah.
Swimming in my money like Scrooge McDuck. That's
All right,
it's a
maybe
pretty badass story, Dark Matter.
Yeah, injured is a little strong of a word, I admit, but I lost all my money.
I thought there was gonna be a really cool story, like you you were flung from a roller coaster and broke an arm, and then like you walked away from the flames and didn't look back, like a badass. But no, you just had change from your pocket hit you on a carnival ride.
All right, is it too late to change my story?
A little bit at this point, being that this is all recorded.
I pinned my open wallet. My wallet came out, and a lot of the change was in my wallet. I pinned my open wallet to the ceiling with my foot because we were upside down. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically the Last Action Hero. We get it. We could put DPR could put like an annotation in the YouTube video of this and be like, click here to see the version of Dark Matter story that's cool.
Is there any way I can make this story into a badass story?
And as my wallet slipped from my pants, I pinned it to the floor with one foot for the duration of the ride as bits of nickel and copper pelted my face.
When we got out, a crowd of people rushed for my money, and I had to fight them off. There was 10 guys.
10 guys, much bigger than you.
Yeah. Well trained in martial arts.
Right, they all went from Bruce Lee's school of hard knocks.
Yeah, so we're not...
I'm going to have to back out for a little bit. I will probably tune in you guys a little bit later. I got something else I got to do. All right. Keep it up.
Peace.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, Aaron. It was fun.
Dark Matter, tell people why they're here.
You guys are here. Besides witnessing the beauty, you are here to donate to Doctors Without Borders. A very worthy cause, and we need links. Let me provide a link in the chat. Yes, it should be in the description of this video. We're not airborne. Yeah, I was airborne. Yeah, I guess if I wanted to give badass stories, I should have told about all the times I jumped out of planes, right?
Yeah, you know, like, weren't you a paratrooper? Like, that's a little cooler than the...
Let's see, I had two scary, really scary jumps. Well, the first one was the scariest, but I'd say my worst jump was when I landed in a swamp and got pneumonia and ended up with an extremely high fever and ended up hospitalized. The first time I jumped, though, I was second in line to go out the door, and the guy in front of me grabbed onto the plane. I don't remember what part he grabbed on, but he refused to go, and the jump master's trying to force him up, and he's like, you know, he's just fighting him every bit of the way. And this is, you know, a sergeant, and I was a private, and the sergeant unhooked his static line, which in the static line is the thing that pulls your chute open when you jump out of the plane. So if he had jumped, his chute wouldn't have opened. So the jump master could no longer force him out. He got kicked out of jump school, and then I had to go first. And everybody, my whole damn platoon is going to follow me out the door. So I was the first one out of the door, and I had no, you know, example to follow or anything. Nobody else to follow. I just had to do it and hope that, you know, and everyone else would follow me. So that was a real proud moment in my life where, you know, the experienced guy was chickened out, and then I'm just, you know, a lowly private, and I lead everybody out of the plane. That was my jump school hero moment.
Everybody hears that dark matter is proud of his low privates. That's what I got out of the story. And isn't there a cool mini story about an armadillo?
Yeah, there was on one of my jumps there was an armadillo. I didn't know what it was until I got closer, and I'm like drifting towards this animal, perfectly peaceful, situation. He's, as far as he knows, he's completely alone, in this field by the woods, just waddling through the grass. Nobody else is around, and I just drop right in front of this thing. And you haven't lived until you've seen an armadillo that scared. I mean, it literally just popped up into the air. This completely physically inept thing. I mean, if you ever see an armadillo, they can't run. I mean, this thing just popped up into the air. Just a human just fell out of the sky and landed right in front of him. What do you think about that?
That's, I've talked to a couple of people that live in areas with armadillos, and they've confirmed to me that armadillos can jump. And I've asked, what sort of behavior does an armadillo exhibit? And they're like, well, they curl up in a ball, and they waddle around, and if you startle them, they could jump. And I'm like, holy shit, dark matter story is confirmed. If he drops in front of an armadillo, it's completely reasonable that it will jump in response. It just doesn't look like a jumping animal,
No.
It's like a tank jumping.
Can I just interrupt briefly, gentlemen?
Apparently you can.
Thank you. I've got someone that wants to join us because he wants to auction off his beard.
His beard?
That sounds fantastic. Is it Dick Coughlin?
No, it's not.
That's disappointing because that's quite a beard he has.
He may have set this up as a sort of like Poe thing. He may be genuine, but his picture on Skype does have him with a very, very large beard, and he's asked me a couple of times. So
let's bring him in.
He'll come along, and I hope he's genuine. If he is as clean shaven as Dark Matter and myself, then congratulations on being a Poe.
Then he has his beard in a bag ready to sell to somebody. That's
well, I don't know how he wants to auction it off. I'm not entirely sure how.
Maybe that's what he meant. If his initials are TBC, this is his time slot anyway.
Oh no, it's not Matthew Bell. No, it's Paul. You don't look anything like your picture, Paul.
How many times have you said that to women online, DPR?
What's that?
All right,
you don't look anything like your picture.
Oh.
All right. I'm gonna step up. I'm gonna auction off my beard.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
I'm gonna auction off my entire face.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's not Matthew Bell, it's Tess. I'm actually called Tess on YouTube. Yeah, it's an old picture. It was taken about 2000, Yeah, it was taken 14 years ago, so.
Right, so what are you offering us? You're going to auction off your beard?
Yeah, I just want to set this up. On YouTube, you will see me shave my beard.
Right.
So if I'm to understand this properly, Tess is I don't think I do understand this properly. Tess is offering that if some indeterminate amount gets offered, you will shave your current beard, which is far less substantial than it was 14 years ago? Or are we competing for a certain person to have the right for you to post a video about this? Or is it going to be, how is this going to happen?
Oh, I see. You previously have shaved it and got it ready for auction. I have to say, of all the things that have ever been sold for charity, that has got to be one of the most unattractive items. I'm grateful for your contribution, Tess, but how much do you think that's going to raise, and who do you think is going to pay for it?
Brutal.
Can you guys hear me? Am I talking in real time now?
I can hear you now, yes. So you've previously shaved this off, and you have video
footage. I shaved this off last week.
And you have video footage of it.
I put a video up on my YouTube page where I said I'm going to auction off for charity, and the charity I was thinking of was MSF. I've already donated money myself to MSF today, but what I'm thinking is that this isn't just any ordinary beard. When I had this beard, and it was quite long. This whole red stick is full of hair. It's about 8 to 10 inches long, and it's magic. While I had it, I was the real Santa, so it contains Santa's magic, right? So this is a bit of a woo-woo sales pitch, you know what I mean? You too could have the benefit of having a Santa beard that you can use to, dust fluff places, tickle people with, but it also possesses the magic of Santa, which is the magic of gift giving, and this is why you should buy it, and your gift will go to MSF, So how much money are we going to get for this magical Santa beard?
I don't know. Even with the great sales pitch that you've just given us, I'm struggling to imagine paying any money for it. I know that your intentions are admirable, but there's just something too spooky about it.
I'm sure there's spooky people out there that will pay money for teeth, hair,
I have a much better.
I just want to ask, and I don't mean this in an insulting way. Do you actually have any current injunctions against you approaching people?
No, I don't.
Oh, good.
I'm about to change that for the sake of charity. Here's how it's going to go down. The hour is going to end in 3 minutes, at which point we will randomly select somebody who has been watching over the last hour and from the comment section, and we will send you Tess's beard unless you donate.
Donate money.
So you have to donate to be safe from having this previous Santa beard sent to you. Start the donations flowing.
No, go on.
Even a few dollars is enough not only to help the Médecins Sans Frontières, but to keep you safe from Santa's beard in some strange red wrapping. So you can't afford not to donate, basically.
DPR, did grappling ignorance just break the law? Isn't this some form of extortion?
Threats, threats over the internet. Isn't that illegal in America?
Well, you're not American, are you, Tess?
No, I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so I don't think it fucking matters, does it? All right.
This is a terrorist threat.
I think there's your answer, Dark Matter.
It's terrorism. It's terrorism by beard. Beards and terrorism go together, hand in hand.
That's why Santa Claus is a terrorist, right? Oh wait, no, it doesn't work that way.
He breaks into houses and leaves packages.
Yeah, they aren't exploding packages.
And are you going to risk that? He
If it were
travels.
Santa Claus, yeah, I'll take that risk.
Look, he travels internationally. He's got a long beard, a funny costume. He breaks into your house. He leaves packages.
It's
You don't
James
know what's there.
Randi.
You're making him sound a bit Scottish there. Is that not a bit racist? Come on.
What about that description was particularly Scottish?
Well, they're breaking into people's houses, you know, leaving presents, stealing things, you know.
But
All
that
Scottish traits according to the English, you know.
but that is strictly the mythos of Santa, and I think the fact that you peg that down to Scottish people particularly is a bit more racist on your part than Dark Matter's description.
I honestly was not thinking of Scottish people.
Wow, that's like the racist person who swears they're not racist.
Yeah, you know. I bet you got some Scottish friends, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm part Scottish. I'll do even better. I'm part Scottish.
The fact that you can you prove that?
Well, it's almost like saying were you there, you know, so yeah.
Well, I don't know how best to
proceed from here.
Well, how can we actually make money out of Tuss's beard? There must be some way.
Yes, it's quite possible that somebody could take it who needs hair. It could be used for hair implants or something, you know what I mean?
Come on, what are they going to do with it? A bit of glue and I mean, no, but there must be something we can do. Surely.
Okay, Tess, on your YouTube channel, when you said that you were shaving this, so you've posted the video, right?
Yeah, the video's up on my channel, yeah.
Okay, and you said you were doing this for charity. Did anybody inquire as to being interested in purchasing said beard?
I haven't really looked to see if there's any comments on it, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, so here's what the correct course of action may be. If anyone is interested in doing so, and maybe you could put an annotation or a follow-up video or something like this, then they could kind of, you could take the highest bidder, and whatever they bid, they could make that donation, and you could send the beard to them. So odds are that if there's somebody who has a particular fancy for you and your channel, they're more likely than someone who's never seen you before waving a Santa beard at them. Maybe that's a course of action we could take.
I was hoping to have people that know me on Google Plus and that come in, but I think they've all gone now. It's been a long day and a long night, and a lot of them have logged out.
I'm going to be honest, I only understood about half of what he just said.
Yeah, well, that's normal for me with my accent. So.
Yeah, it's quite it's a burr you have, right? Scottish people have a burr, and Irish people have a brogue, and everyone else has an accent, except the English people, because they invented language, right, DPR?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, apart from what the 3,000 accents you've got down in England, yeah.
Oh no, there's only one. It's the Queen's tongue.
But only people in BBC actually use it.
Oh, the BBC has really dropped its standards by allowing over the last 20 years people with accents from Manchester and
anybody could be a weatherman now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, in the good old days of the 50s and 60s, there was only one BBC voice, which is mine, obviously. But yeah, it's a terrible, terrible thing that's happened. I think it shows almost the coming of the end times, really.
So anyway, if you want, I'll pop off, but maybe you could try and ask some other people to come on and try and sell some strange objects for MSF, you know?
That is a very good idea. Let's have a competition. Anyone out there who has something strange that they would like to sell in support of MSF, Doctors Without Borders, send me a Skype message and on Magic Sandwich Show. Let's see if we can get you on. See what.
Okay, thanks for having me in, guys, and have a good day, yeah?
Thank you very much
for money, yeah?
For your kind offer, and if you do get any money for it, please
I'll
do
definitely forward it, yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Oh wow, thank you then. Somebody gave again. Let me see. Hold on
But
a
that's a
second.
genuine offer. Anyone that's watching at the moment, send a Skype contact request to Magic Sandwich Show if you want to offer anything weird for sale. I'd like to offer
DPR.
The reason I've got this mess around my neck with all these white wires is because of the gogs who ate through my previous headphones.
This is my offer, DPR.
Nail clippers.
No, it's what the nail clippers will do. I will clip all of my clip my toenails and fingernails and put them in a baggie, and then we'll auction them off.
Well, they used to be Santa's toenails.
You are welcome. Yes. Even better, they used to be Dark Matter's toenails.
I don't know if you noticed, but an anonymous person in the chat said that he or she donated again, and that puts them up to $350 today. And they said
yes.
They were talking to you, but they said it was for their favorite YouTuber. So I don't know if they were just saying that, you know, to help out DPR, but he was just telling you that that's what they did. So thank you, anonymous. I think it was 0933 for your generosity to this event.
It hasn't updated yet. I did thank them before. Oh wait, is this Craig? That seems new, unlike a new one. Craig. Just got very quiet.
Sorry, I'm trying to where people are posting messages. That was ages ago.
So, yeah, your segment is like in an hour, isn't it? When is your segment?
It's actually in a couple hours. I think that Coughlin comes on in 55 minutes, and then I'm on, and then I'll try to sleep, and then I also have to go into work tomorrow, or today rather. I've been working crazy hours. And I'm going into the school. I'll probably be in there 8 hours on Sunday trying to get things done, plans made. I'm teaching right now. I'm about to have 3 students who are Arabic speakers as a first language, and currently 2 students who speak Spanish as a first language, and they're about to put a 3rd one in there who the class is already overflowed, so they can't technically put him in there for a class. So he has an English class already, but then he's going to come into my class because he can't even have like a conversation in English. So we're going to try to put him with the other kids that I'm working with. I'm probably going to start doing Saturday tutoring for kids that are not English first language speakers, and because they all have to take they gave me every single class I have this year has 2 state standardized tests in it. For reading and writing, and the writing is a 2-day test. So really, it's like 3 tests, and there are about 50 seniors from last year. You need to pass these tests to graduate, and there are about 50 seniors from last year who are retaking it because they still didn't pass it, and they're native English speakers. So yeah, these kids, most of them have been speaking English. All those kids I mentioned have been speaking English for 1 to 2 years. And they're expected to pass these tests. So I'm just trying really hard to do everything I can to get them through, and I'm also coaching cross country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had a cross country coach for like 35 years, and he retired, and they needed someone to do that. So I'm coaching that and doing that. So I've been working, I've been working like 45-hour days, and 45, 14,
Whoa!
45 hours a day. I've been working about 14-hour days, and then I'm trying to. I decided about 2 weeks ago that I'm gonna try to learn Spanish. So I've been mostly because the area where I work is near a military area, so a lot of people come through here. A lot of kids move here from different areas, and it'll obviously they keep giving me kids who are not English native speakers because I'm willing to do a lot of accommodations and things like that to try to help them. And I think the best thing I can possibly do is try to learn Spanish. It won't help with the Arabic speakers or the multiple other languages, but that is the most popular second language that I have to deal with. And if I could just speak Spanish, even just decent, not even like fluent and great, if I could just get decent at it, that I could kind of understand them and I could find some more common ground, then that would make me a much better English teacher. So it's very difficult. I started trying to learn Spanish a couple of weeks ago, and I'm kind of enjoying it, but it is hard, especially with the other things I'm trying to do. So it's been last week was the first full school week, and this was the first weekend. But yeah, it's been busy. So I'm keeping myself occupied.
And are you doing the wrestling thing too?
Yeah. So as soon as and it might overlap a little bit. I might be depending on how far the cross country guys go in playoff competitions. But yeah, so I'm the head cross country coach and the head wrestling coach, and I have all core classes with state standardized tests in them. So it's been a very busy time.
And when you're not doing 14-hour days helping kids with English and wrestling and cross country, you're doing charity for Doctors Without Borders.
Yeah, and trying to learn Spanish.
Trying to learn Spanish.
So yeah.
Grappling ignorance is the Gandhi of our time. He's a saint.
Yeah, not quite. Though I will admit that I've never participated in war, so I have that in common with Gandhi.
Yeah. Luckily, I haven't either. That's one of the things I'm very fortunate about, having been in the military, is I never had to go to war. Not because my life would have been spared, but I never would have to have lived knowing that I took other people's lives just because some politician, made it so.
Yeah, that'd be a lot to have to deal with. I mean, well, that's part of the essence of PTSD, I'm sure, isn't just, there's really nothing. There's a reason they say that war is hell. Whether you are successful in killing people or it's seeing your brothers suffer next to you or suffering injuries yourself, or the constant fear and the adrenaline that you have to live through. Like, there's just nothing good about it. So, that you were, how many years were you active?
Just 2 years. I got out early. I requested it, and because my ideals changed during that time that I was in the Army. I was lucky that they let me get out, but because there was nothing going on. Bosnia just ended, and the thing about what you were saying is, you go into you want to protect your fellow soldiers. You know, you become like a family, and you're fighting for each other. Though I've never been in combat, I get the impression that when you are, you're not so much fighting for your country as you are fighting for each other, trying to make sure your people survive, and you accomplish what you're supposed to do, but you survive in doing so, and that's kind of relied upon, I think, by the higher ups.
Yeah.
You get these naive kids. You get these recruiters that convince these naive kids to get into this, and they have no idea what they're getting into.
Yeah. Oh, recruiters. I have some pretty strong feelings against people who do that for a living. I was nearly recruited. I think I've shared with you before, but I nearly went into the Marines. A recruiter had spun my head all over the place when I was a 17-year-old about to graduate, and didn't have, it seems so appealing, because it is so appealing to, a 17-year-old who's looking for identity, especially if someone's main identity is in athletics, and they're insecure about their future, and you can offer them a place to go with money right away. They're getting paid right away, and they're getting trained, and the government's paying for their training and all that sort of stuff. It's very appetizing, and I was very close to doing so. Fortunately, I was ready to sign my name, but I wasn't 18 yet, and I needed both parents' approval. My dad was not involved with my life, but refused to do it, and my high school guidance counselor insisted that I take a trip to a certain college, and I did, and that she knew that once I went and I saw college and I saw what was going on there, that I'd want. And that particular one, she was a wonderful guidance counselor. She passed away a couple of years ago, but she knew that if I went to that college and I got to see things there, and I got to talk to some people there, I'd be hooked, and I'd be sold on it, and I was. But yeah, I was very close, and I think my life would have been very different had I taken that particular route. And I mean, this recruiter did all kinds of things to mess with my head. He went to my sport events. Now I identify all these things as very simple psychological ploys. He came and he sat down at my kitchen table and talking to me and my mom, and he pulled out this stack of plastic cards, and he called them benefit cards, and they all had like this things on them, like fitness and honor and financial security and just all these things. Like, there was a whole stack of these plastic cards, and he said, I want you to pick 3 of these things. What are the 3 things that are the most important to you out of this? And I picked my 3, and then he went through and he gave like his whole pre-scripted shebang about how each of those things is exemplified by joining the Marines, and how how that was going to benefit me, and how I was going to be able to do those things. Well, like now it's like, well, obviously you just set that's the punchline to your own joke that you just set up. You didn't ask me open-endedly what's important to me. You picked from things. You set it up yourself. And they just did all kinds of stuff like that. And he was very persistent about getting my signature and getting my parents to sign and getting me. They want you in that organization, and you're signing your life away to a degree. You're very fortunate, like you said, that in that 2-year span. 2 years is when every day you're rolling the dice, hoping that, like you said, a politician somewhere doesn't make some decision or get something passed. Every day is a gamble, and that's tough. And in my case, I graduated high school in 2005. Obviously, we still have a lot of military presence in the Middle East, and chances are I would have been deployed. All of my friends who at some point went into the military since then, or at that time, have been deployed at least once. So that one guidance counselor made a huge impact on my life just from insisting that I do that. And and she also insisted that, you know, I was so set, I wasn't even going to take the ACT because I was just set, I had my plans in place. I'm going to be a Marine, so I'm set to go because I knew that she cared about me, and because it was her and she asked me, just take the ACT, just take the ACT. I just want you to do it. Because she asked me to do it, I did it, and was eligible to even apply for a college. I wouldn't have been if it weren't for her. So, yeah, it's it's crazy how those things kind of work out that way. But yeah, I dodged a bullet figuratively and potentially literally as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me it seemed like freaking 95% of the people were just waiting for their day to get out.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as they got in, they couldn't fucking wait to get out. So yeah, I'm sure you made the right choice. But you got those lifers, you know, that kind of, you know, they like the military. You know, there's certain things about the military that you don't have to worry about that you have to worry about as a civilian.
Yeah. Well, I brought it up.
Such as what, Dark Matter?
Security, you know, you're never gonna go homeless. You're never gonna want for food or you know, your utility bills, or there's always gonna be people around. You know, you're never gonna be lonely. You're gonna have security. You're gonna get free medical. Stuff like that. You're going to be taken care of, you know. You don't have to worry about taking care of yourself, pretty much, except for the obvious, you know, the getting shot at kind of thing. But I mean, you know, say you just get a non-combat job, you know, or something like that in peacetime, you know, it's not such a bad gig, I wouldn't think.
Yeah. Well, and I have a video about that called, I think it's called Tom versus Bill, or Tom and Bill, and it kind of points out how the selling points for military are very high, especially for a young person, because of some of the things you just mentioned, especially for someone who doesn't have a lot of money, or they don't come from a household with a lot of money, and college.
Oh, yeah.
College, I mean, I'm still in debt right now. I'm 27. I've been teaching for 5 years. Granted, I went into a profession that out of all 4-year degree professions is like one of the lowest paying, and I also worked in the second lowest paying school district in the entire country for 3.5 of those years. But this year, in about 2 or 3 months here, I will have completely destroyed all of my debt. I'll be debt free for the first time. Yeah, all my student loans will be gone in a few months here, and I'm looking very forward to it. But look how long it took me to get to this point. You know, I'm 27.
Yeah. And you know, it's kind of like the opposite in the military is you don't need money. Everything's provided for you. As long as you don't want to get those extra luxuries, you can go months without spending a frickin' dime. Well, I mean, you're going to buy some essentials, toiletries and whatnot,
Sure.
But like, for instance, when I was a private, I know I went through basic training, you know, advanced infantry, airborne school. We're talking about months of training of me not spending any money, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, why is there $4 grand in my bank account? Where did that come from? Oh, you know, I've been getting paid this whole time. Sweet. You know, and that can just build up and build up if you're, you know, in the military and you're just living a minimalist type life. That money is just going to build up, and you're going to have money.
And think about that. Like we say, and I use teacher as an example because that's my chosen profession, and it's a government job, and you're going into the field to educate people. Now, for our teachers, we say you have to go to college, which you have to pay for yourself. You can either pay for it up front, or you can take loans and be in debt, and you also have to pay for your dorm or your apartment while you're doing so. You have to go through an internship. Every teacher has to go through student teaching, wherein you're still paying your college tuition so that you can do a teacher's job for a semester. And that's a valuable experience, but But yeah, I mean, you don't, and usually you don't get to work. I was able to work on weekends, but most school programs, including mine, prefer that you don't work during that time because you already have the full-time job of teaching. I didn't have a choice because I had to pay the bill somehow. And one student asked when this was being explained to us at the School of Education, what do we do if we're not allowed to work during this time that we're working full-time and not getting paid, and we have to keep paying tuition? And the instructor kind of laughed and said, just live off of ramen noodles. That was he said it with a laugh, but that was the only response he had. That was it. It's just understood that this government job is something that you have to pay to get trained, and I had to pay to take every one of my basic skills test, my test in my minor, my test in my major, which is the concentrated area of my study. I had to pay to pass a first aid test and a CPR test, all in order to become certified. Not even having a job yet. I had to do all of that just to get the credentials necessary to get my teaching certificate and my degree. And if I went into the military, if I said, okay, I'm going to serve my country, and if they tell me to kill people, I'm going to kill people, then they would have paid for all of those things, all of those essential things. And I'd be getting paid for it at the same time. So as a 17-year-old kid without any foreseeable future, yet all you have are hopes and dreams, which one sounds more logical? The job where you go, the same government is paying you, but do you go work for a state government to educate people, or do you go work for the federal government to kill people?
I want to pose a question to both of you, well, I'd be interested in your answer. I mean, do you think it's important for the world in general, for America to maintain a high level of military force?
You can answer that first, Dr. Mann.
First of all, I want to preface that by saying that I'm completely unqualified to answer it. I disagree with a lot of the things America gets involved with, but then again, I have to realize that I don't know the whole story. People that, but do I trust people to make the right decisions who do know the whole story? And I'm not sure of that either. I see, America, policing the world, and I wonder if the world if it would be better off if there was just one government, one world government, but then there's the argument against that if that government becomes corrupt, where do you turn then? You don't have anywhere to turn. So I question the wisdom and at both ends of the spectrum. It would be nice if other countries, third world countries, can start advancing and becoming self-sufficient, and that's actually kind of conceited to say, because is America really self-sufficient? I don't know. We tend to impose ourselves on a lot of the world, and monopolize resources and things. So to answer your question, I don't know DPR. Maybe it would be best if we didn't.
I would actually disagree with you. I think it's an unfortunate circumstance that we have, that America basically is the police force of the world, but the alternative is even more unattractive.
Well, I would think it would stand to reason that the UN, if anything, could be the police force of the world if we need a police force of the world, and that nations, in theory, if the UN, the United Nations, comes to the conclusion that, hey, this injustice is being done, then we could, as a unified front, address that injustice rather than a single country of politicians making those sort of decisions. And my opinion would be that I believe that what's tough about it is that the United States has gone so long as this like military superpower and as this like, powerhouse that it's kind of like it when if you give a bully a gun or some kind of weapon and he's used to wielding it, and now all of a sudden you take that away, a lot of people are going to want to get even with that bully now that he doesn't have that gun or that weapon. And you're looking at a similar situation. It's obviously a different scale and more complicated, but there's a lot of people, there are a lot of countries that the United States has managed to piss off by being the world police who just know what's best for everyone and pick friends and enemies and station themselves all over the place. I think that we do a lot of good by scaling back the military and the military presence, but that would come at consequences, or at least perceived consequences, by those who believe that it's essential for defense.
Wasn't it Britain's prior role as the police force of the world?
Sorry, say that again.
England didn't England have that role in the past as the world's police force?
Yeah, when DPR was a kid.
I think things have changed, really. We had the empire, and in that regard we were a police force. But it wasn't policing, it was just taking over whatever we wanted. I don't think there's an analogy to be drawn with what is the current position, with the United States being effectively the sole military superpower that exists at the moment. And in relation to the United Nations, of course, I think it's a good thing, but it has its limitations, partly because of the way in which it's structured and the resolutions that can be passed. But the reality is, as I say, I think America is the police force at the moment. It's not something I'm comfortable with, but I can't think of anything better, say for a more or restructured United Nations. I mean, America has got a terrible history about human rights and recent history. Guantanamo Bay is a classic example of that. And it's very difficult to justify its behavior in relation to situations like that, and at the same time, well, I think Guantanamo was still extant when Obama was given the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, that's just a crazy situation.
Yeah, and it's really backwards, being that, well, first of all, just it was so early in his election, like he got elected and it seemed like, hey, you got the Nobel Peace Prize for being basically elected president. I don't know what particularly peaceful things he had done up to that point.
I think he had done some peaceful things. I think that he had tried to repair some of the damage that Bush had left behind. But he went out of his way to go to African countries, Middle Eastern countries, Islamic countries, and tried to say, look, okay, let's start again. Let's try and be friends. I don't think that's necessarily the thing that he should have done, but I can see why it was perceived as a good thing. I just don't understand how anyone could consider that sufficient to be worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize. But it was a good thing that he did, in my opinion.
I think that pre-election Obama was very different than post-election Obama, mainly because Obama wasn't, as any president that's not being reelected, any new president is going to be completely unprepared for what they thought the job was going to be. You know, I think there's all kinds of things that they thought they were going to do, you know, that they could accomplish. But then when they saw the reality of the situation, when they got the, you know, top secret briefings, when they get all the intel, they realize, oh shit, none of this is going to work. I got to keep doing it the way the last guy was doing it. You know, and that's what we see with Obama, and I think that's a lot of that happens, and people don't realize that. They chalk it up to conspiracy theory. You know, oh, he's just paid and bought for by the same people. And I think, you know, it's easy to say that, but when you go into their shoes, maybe if I was swapped out with Obama and they presented me with all this information, maybe I'd be coming to the same decisions myself.
Well, yeah.
If you were Obama, would you have accepted the Nobel Peace Prize? Because I'm genuine when I say that. When I say this, if I was in his position, I would say no. This is ridiculous. I'm not accepting it.
It would depend on if I had done some major work to prevent war. And has he done that? I mean,
well, at the time he was engaged. America was engaged in 2 significant wars.
But he didn't initiate those.
Yeah, but
maybe.
I know he didn't. But come on, it just seemed a very, very odd decision for me.
It just seems like it was far too early in his presidency. You know, it was like in his first year as president. If you did a few good things, that's great. But you'd think if you're giving a president the Nobel Peace Prize, it would be from having 1 to 2 full terms that were like devoted to that. Like most people that get a Nobel Peace Prize spend their life, it's like their life's work to do this kind of humanitarian work. It's not like, oh, you got elected and you did a few nice things this year. Because looking at his whole body of work thus far as a president, how many very unpeaceful things has he done? And a lot more of those stick out than peaceful acts.
Right. Yeah. They jumped the gun.
Interesting phrasing.
Hey there, I'm on a thing right now.
I'm on the thing with the stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I've been on too long. I got to take care of my kid tomorrow, so I really should have been in bed by now.
Well, thank you very much for staying so long. And can I just ask, did you buy those headphones because of Nephilim Free, or what's going on?
I have had extremely bad luck with headphones, and these, I just went ahead and bought the most expensive pair I can find, and I made the right choice because they've been the only good ones I've ever had. These are what were these? $350 headphones.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they're Astro A50s.
They're astronomically expensive. Like those headphones.
Hang on, seriously, 350. So that's like that's a bit over £200. What do you get for that?
Those headphones better tell you the right things to say when you're talking to someone.
Hold on a second. You're an asshole. I really gotta get going though. I'm getting the evil eye.
Okay, you get going. But please, just before you do, honestly, what do you get for $350?
This sound is perfect. Like I can hear all of the whininess in your voice right now. And they're wireless. They're just the sound quality. Like, all right, let me put it this way. If I have to choose between anything, listening to the speakers on my TV, speakers on anything else, it's all just like muted. It's like the difference between looking at a sunset with your bare eyes and through your sunglasses. You put these on and it's perfect. The sound is beautiful.
Well, it better be.
Yeah. It makes you spoiled. Regular speakers,
All right. Everyone say goodbye to Dark Matter, and thank you so much. And we can all thank Mrs. Dark Matter for lending us his charismatic presence.
Actually, I think you should all have some anger with Mrs. Dark Matter for ripping me away from you right now.
I tried to spin this in a way that was more beneficial.
Yeah, but she can't hear you because he's got his fucking headphones on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's going like this. It's okay, honey. I'll make sweet, sweet love to you tomorrow night. No.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. All right. I really gotta go. Thank you for having me on. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, Grappling Ignorance. It's weird calling you that when I know your real name, but all right. Thank you, Grappling Ignorance, for doing this with me. It's always easier with, a good friend that I like, and then there's of course there's DPR. So
yeah, I know what you mean. Have a good one, man.
All right, take care.
Thank you very much, Dark Matter.
Finally, we got that dead weight off of the conversation.
God, and thank God we didn't get bloody James Randi on either.
Yeah.
That would have been a nightmare.
Did you ever hear back from him?
No. Aaron was in communication with him. I haven't even bothered asking Aaron what it was all about. I don't know what Aaron knows. I don't know why he wasn't here, but I'm sure there was a good reason for it. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah.
Randy is an absolute gentleman. I'm sure there was a very good reason. I don't know what it is. In his absence, I can substitute by displaying some magic tricks of my own. Oh yeah.
Yeah. This right here. This is boom. Look at that. Whoa. What happened? Oh, where'd he go? That's the headless grappling ignorance trick. How did it? Whoa, there he is again.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're seeing double. This is way better than James Randi, right?
Yeah.
Right, look at that. Now, this is me in the future.
You do that.
That's like when I go to hell because atheist.
I've got magic as well. I can communicate with the dead.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. What? You don't believe me?
You gonna call up Dark Matter after his wife kills him?
No. I'm gonna call up a friend of yours.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm getting a letter. Yeah. Hold on. I'm getting a letter. I'm getting a J.
Uh-oh. J.
Yeah. Yeah. J. Does that mean anything to you?
No. Actually, J doesn't.
Hang on. Maybe it could be an L.
Oh yeah. I do know somebody who has an L.
Yeah. It could be a close relative. It could be a cousin, a distant cousin. It could be a friend.
It's that one. It's that one. You're absolutely right. There's a friend. Yeah.
Right. It's a friend. Okay. And don't tell me. Don't tell me anything. Okay.
Okay.
It's a friend. L. Leo.
Yeah.
Leonard,
No.
Richard. No, help me! You've got to help me. It's an L.
It's a female actually.
Oh, Lindsay.
No.
Lindsay. Lisa.
No.
Leonard.
Leonard's a male name.
No, she might have changed her identity. No, you've got to help me here. Linda, Lisa.
Starts with Lore.
Laura.
There you go. Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Okay, I've got a connection with her.
Right,
okay.
That's what it was the whole time, right?
Yeah, I've got a connection with Laura, and she was a friend. She was a friend of yours.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. How do you know that?
Has she passed away?
No.
Oh, right. So she's still alive.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm getting. I don't know where I'm getting it from. Then.
How did you know that she was still alive?
Because you just told me.
Well, that's fascinating.
No. You don't mock the supernatural. So okay, she's still alive, and you're close to her. She's you're very close to her. You're married to her.
No.
No, you work with her. You work with her? No. You work with her?
We actually haven't seen each other since college, but
yeah, of course, yeah. You were at college together? Yeah.
Whoa! How did you know?
And she's very attractive, isn't she?
Sure.
Yeah. She's got blonde hair. Could be brown.
That is actually true. She has blonde hair.
Yeah. There we go.
You heard it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Got it right the first try.
Yeah.
Knew that she was attractive, being that she was a college-age female, and that she was blonde. DPR Jones, move over, John Edwards.
Yeah. There we go.
Someone in the chat says that you should claim the James Randi prize.
Yeah. No shit.
Well,
I was really hoping to talk to James Randi because I wanted to ask him about Sylvia Browne, and the last time he was on the show, we talked about Sylvia Browne and her refusal to take up the challenge that she had accepted.
Isn't she the one? Isn't she the one who like told a family that their son was dead?
Yeah.
And it turned out that he was alive and actually in like someone's possession, so they stopped looking for him.
Yeah.
Oh my! Like, how do you?
She was an awful person. She also told someone, Montel Williams, I think it was.
Yeah.
For some reason, took a shine to her and had her on his show many times, and she came up with so many terrible statements. There was one poor lady who asked about her husband, and she said that he'd been drowned, and he was a fireman that had died in the 9/11 disaster. There was other ones, the one that you mentioned, but there was also far more recently the 3 girls that had been taken prisoner from a tender age and kept in prison, and then they escaped, and Sylvia Browne had apparently told the parents of one of them that this girl was, now woman, was dead. A thoroughly evil, nasty woman. But I wanted to ask James whether he'd been, because he'd laid out the challenge to her, and she'd never got in contact. And they had a clock on the JREF website, how many days since Sylvia Browne has not been in touch with us. But she died this year.
Oh, okay.
My question to James was, have you heard from Sylvia yet? Hey, she talks to dead people, so maybe from the other side she would be able to talk to him.
Right. Your video's not on, by the way. You're just a blipping sandwich right now.
I know.
And frankly,
I'm too modest.
Frankly, that image makes me very hungry.
Well, it also makes me realise, I think we should be on to part 3 now. So in about 12 minutes' time, part 3 will start. I think it's going to be Coughlin.
Yeah, he's scheduled for it's almost 9 a.m. your time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And who else have we got? Let me just check. Oh, would you believe it? We've got Grappling Ignorance on.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Wow.
That's what the people have been waiting for.
And that's oh my lordy. Oh no, stop. Can you see what's happening here?
Yes, I see a pair of feline ears popping up on the screen. See, if you were just a sandwich, we'd have no context for this.
Just come on. Look, this is what I have to deal with.
This is what brings in the real donations, though. The internet loves cats.
He's obsessed. I just left the camera. There we go. This is what I've got to deal with. It looks so innocent. Look at those innocent little eyes. No.
I was going to ask, the teddy bear in your background, is that some sentimental thing?
Yes. Yes, it is. That's George. George, it was my first birthday present.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. So he's been with me for 49 years.
Oh, man.
Someone on a previous event, one of these events, asked me whether I'd put him up for auction. I don't know what price I would take. I mean, obviously, if someone said, I'll give you 2 million, or I'll donate 2 million quid to Doctors Without Borders, it'd be a non-starter. Yeah, of course I would.
Sure, but there are certain things. I mean, something that's been with you.
Quid? No, I couldn't leave him for 500 quid. Oh, look at this little thing. Come on, look at that. Bless you, little. I've actually got 2 of them, and they are completely identical, save for two hairs. This is, I'm guessing this is God. The other one's no God. God will not have 2 little hairs. No, this is definitely God.
They have behavioral differences.
Yes, they do.
So you can tell through that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gog is a nightmare with wires. You see, I've got headphones on. He'll go for these very quickly.
Yeah. Well, have you considered that maybe you'd have better luck with the technical difficulties if you didn't live with 2 black cats? I imagine they cross your path quite often.
Very often. There we go. There's a tail. They're hilarious. But yeah, they're, I can identify them by the way they react, even though, no, oh no, my headphones are going to go. Even though, stop, no, come on. Okay. I'll play with you later. Okay, thank you. What? There we go.
Everybody see this pet negligence for the sake of charity?
Oh, I did actually think of when I was organising it, when I began organising it a month or so ago, I did actually think of threatening to kill them if I didn't get certain amounts of donations. But
oh God,
no.
Somebody says, does anyone have Bill Gates' contact information? We need to get that bear.
George.
Which actually leads me to question: Have you tried swinging for the fences as far as people to show up on this event, such as these extremely rich people like a Warren Buffett or a Bill Gates, to see if they'd be interested in maybe co-hosting a segment and possibly giving a donation?
No, I think what's wonderful about these events is that they're supported by ordinary YouTubers.
Sure.
Like yourself, like myself, and yeah, it's kind of fun to get big names on, like Randy, or not, because he didn't fucking turn up. Or Silverman, and we've also got Seth and Matt Delahanty finishing off the show. But in the middle, we've got what I consider, ordinary YouTubers like myself, like you. I mean, Dark Matter, I think, is a few levels above you and I. But that's what it is important to me. Is keeping it down to earth, and I don't think the big names actually, whilst it's fun to have them on the show, I don't think it actually makes a significant difference to the donations that people make. I think people are more interested in seeing humble people like ourselves rather than big names.
Well,
and also, I think it's in that regard, it's somewhat reflective of the organisation itself. The organisation does not take donations from big organisations, whether they be governments, states, or whatever. So it maintains its independence in that regard, and I accept that. Certainly in the last few years, the level of donations hasn't been as great as it was, and I think that's down to a number of reasons, including the amount of events such as these. But the way I look at it is it's more sort of like long-term effect. 6 years of people being associated or being educated about MSF, Doctors Without Borders, and the work it does, and that's going to register with them.
Well, I had never heard of MSF until 6 years ago when you had your first charity event. I didn't know about the charity at the time, and I've been involved and I've donated annually since then. So that's just one example, and that's one person. So it's absolutely, and I remember a few years ago when you were all torn up at the end of the event because it didn't make more money than the previous one made for the same cause, and you were like, man, I don't know if I should keep doing this if it's not going to get better every year, if it's not going to make more. And I'm really glad that I think it's a much more mature perspective to look at it in the big picture and understand that there's not going to be the same amount every year or necessarily more or less. All you can do is make the best impact that you can. Know that whatever amount people are willing to give at that particular time and whatever amount of traffic you're able to get at that time and awareness is more than if you hadn't done it at all. And being that it is such a fantastic charity that you've chosen, any amount that you can give helps, and that's what matters at the end of the day. So, well, I think you do an excellent job with the lineup of finding a good balance between those bigger names and the more humble people, the ordinary folk like me. That you have a very good balance of that, but I don't think it would hurt to have somebody who's of exceptional notoriety. I remember, I don't know what the amount was, but Neil Tyson, one time we got him here with Ashley, and she she was willing to coax him into parting with his tie. His tie made a ton of money. So
yeah, it was actually Zomgits.
It was Amgits, okay, yeah, that's right. There was some conference.
It made $550, yeah.
That's a ton of money.
I have to say, I'm also acutely aware of the time. If I'm right, I think I am. We've got to get Coughlin on in 2 minutes.
Yes. I will kick myself, and I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah, and I've got to, just so everyone knows, I've got to restart with part 3. So Grappling, thank you very much for what you've done so far. I'll see you in about an hour's time, but I've got to shut down this one, open up part 3, and also send a link to Coughlin, which I think is only available on that Skype. So please bear with me. I also need to go to the bathroom. I will be back. We will be back. Everyone
don't forget to send a link to me as well, so that if you fall asleep during Coughlin's segment, that I'll still be able to get in.
All right. Thank you all very much. I'm going to end this end of part 2. We will be with you with part 3, hopefully within about 5 minutes. Thank you very much.